All right, and we should be live.
Well, it hasn't showed up on my tablet yet, and I'm going to turn my tablet down. I'm also going to turn the mic off on my tablet, so it just can't hear me and all that.
All right, there we go. Okay.
All movement is off.
Yep. It's working. Damn it. Okay. Wind blew my door open.
Oof.
Hey, welcome, everyone. And as I promised, this is another podcast episode. And sadly, we only have one guest today. I tried to get more, but no luck. But I'm gonna make do with what I have. And as you guys can tell, I am going to be doing a tier maker video for the death game genre. And for those of you who don't know, death game as a genre encompasses anything that give me a second. I'll let my guest introduce himself. Give me a sec. And then I'll explain.
Hello everyone. I am Professor Azrael. I have been on a few streams with Kimmy before, and this is going to be, I believe, my third stream with you, Kimmy.
Yep.
Today we're going to be ranking several of the different death games in the genre, and basically kind of explaining which ones we like the most based on several different categories. I think, didn't we say that, like, one of them would be like end result, gore, things like that? Basically,
yeah, so I'll explain. So basically, for anyone who doesn't know, the death game genre is basically any piece of media in which the concept is a select number or group of people is taken and or trapped in a place, and they are forced to kill each other until one remains. While there have been different pieces of media, as you will quickly find out, that do take this idea in different directions, the cliches and tropes of the genre are always there. Usually involves a certain number of people being trapped somewhere, and they're usually forced to kill or survive against each other, sometimes in a certain period of time, or sometimes until only one remains. And that's the basic gist. So basically anything that's like Battle Royale or the Hunger Games.
Yeah, pretty much. This also includes things such as Danganronpa.
This question, sorry about this, but are you sure this is something that you feel that you are equipped to handle? Because you're dealing with a huge death game fanatic and someone who has watched a few of the things on this list. Sorry about that. Continue.
This includes things, other media such as Danganronpa and Future.
And don't worry, I don't worry. I'm moderately familiar with that pile of shit. I did I watched Danganronpa the right way. I told the games to go fuck themselves, and I watched the anime. Wait, I think that's how you're supposed to experience Danganronpa. Maybe it was the other way around.
No, it was.
It's a piece of shit anyway.
Definitely the other way around. I apologize to anyone who has only seen the anime. It does.
Oh, I know. I'm just basically fucking with any Danganronpa fans that might be watching. Just kind of just having a little fun.
I was playing the part of Wiz, I guess you could say.
Yep. But yes, I did watch the Danganronpa anime. I thought about buying the games, but I spent some money on some manga instead. So yeah, I didn't exactly want to spend any more money. But yeah, I might play the Danganronpa games someday, maybe, but I did watch the anime. I watched the whole first season to get a little bit of a feel of what the series is like so I can speak on it. I know at least enough about Danganronpa to be able to give my thoughts on
it. For anybody curious, I did post my Twitter. I always get these two confused. I think it's because they both start with a T. and a W. I posted my Twitch in the chat for anybody that is interested in watching my content as well. Currently on Twitch, I am also streaming this live. Well, as live as 10 seconds behind can be.
Yeah, well, it's only 10 seconds anyway. All they missed was just the wind blowing open my door.
Pretty much, yeah.
What a loss. Truly, the world will stop at those epic 10 seconds.
Oh no, 10 seconds. Whatever are we going to do?
Yeah. Yeah, if it seems like we're fucking around for a little bit, don't worry about it. EFAP does the same thing. They usually fuck around for 10, 20, sometimes 30 minutes before they get to what they're talking about. Plus, it'll give people enough time to get here. I did post a poll, and you guys voted that you wanted podcasts and streams more at nighttime. So I hope this works better for you guys.
It definitely doesn't work for me because I work tomorrow morning. But I am willing to shave a couple hours out of my sleep just for you guys.
Don't you dare freak out at this, but I'm going to put this up here because I want to address this because this needs to be addressed. No, Maze Runner is not a death game. Me and Professor, we spoke about this for a pretty long time, actually, because I admit at first I thought it was a death game too. And for the person who asked about Saw, I want to address that as well. So no, Saw is not an example of a death game. Neither is the Maze Runner. Those are an example of what is known as the escape room genre. Now, what that is typically one or a couple or various people will be trapped in a room or other things in which they have to escape. In the case of Saw, it's usually by solving Jigsaw's riddles, or in the case of Maze Runner, surviving and escaping the maze. I did a little bit of research. Maze Runner is an example of the whole escape room thing. So basically anything like Cube, Saw, or Maze Runner doesn't count. And the professor can explain to you his misconception because he went through a total Mandela effect thing where he swears on his life he thought the sequel to Scorch Trials was like the Hunger Games, but we both read an in-depth plot summary and found out that it's actually not. It's just another post-apocalypse zombie sci-fi kind of thing.
Yeah, so to give more in-depth on Maze Runner, I could have sworn up and down until I was blue in the face that Scorch Trials was a death game, because I remember reading specifically that there were 3 mazes, and the first maze was Thomas's maze, which was Maze A. It had all boys except for 1 girl. Maze B had all girls except for 1 boy, and then Maze C had a mixture of both evenly. And Maze C was basically their control group, which was why, that made sense to me when I was reading the books. Anyway, so once they got out and got into the Scorch, they basically had to kill each other until there were only 30 people left. This is what I distinctly remember thoroughly.
Yeah, because I was confused at first. So after I watched the Hunger Games movie for the first time, when I heard about the Maze Runner, I honestly thought it was just the Hunger Games, but in a maze. But then I did a little bit of research into it, and I asked my then girlfriend at the time, before she lost her mind, because she actually knew a little bit about the series, because she was actually somewhat familiar with the books, and she said, no, the Maze Runner is not like the Hunger Games at all. Yeah. It's much more like something like Saw or Cube.
Yeah. So what
it has certain tropes, but there's not enough there to make it a true death game.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was, like Kingy, I read a very in-depth synopsis of Scorch Trials, and I was like, what is going on? This is very strange. I could not wrap my mind around how everything that I remembered about Scorch Trials was wrong. They didn't even mention a main.
I got my understanding of the Scorch Trials from the trailer, and nothing like it sounded death game like at all to me.
So yeah, I was very disappointed to have been affected by the Mandela effect. which, for those of you that don't know, the Mandela effect is things that are like slight changes in reality over time. Like
a classic example of the Mandela effect is the classic Berenstain Bears. There were many people that swore it was Berenstain Bears, but it was actually Berenstain Bears. This happens because of misremembered memories, where a slight thing is misremembered, but we swear we remember it another way. It's a weird thing.
Another example is the Monopoly Man. People swear up and down he used to have a monocle, which I am one of those people. I swear to God he had a monocle growing up, and he just kind of lost the monocle. And it was just very, very strange. Things like this have been happening a lot to me over my whole entire life. So it came as a surprise, but kind of I was like, okay, it just happened again. When I found out about Scorch Trials not being a death game.
Yeah, see, the same thing didn't happen to me because I checked out the movie and I'm like, oh, and then I also watched. I remember I watched a video of Crimson Rogues because he does a series called The Book Was Better, where he compares adaptations to the original work, and he had an episode on the Maze Runner, so I checked that out of curiosity to make sure I wasn't going crazy. And yeah, the Maze Runner was nothing like Hunger Games. It's more of an escape room type thing.
Maze Runner for sure was not, but I could have sworn up and down that Scorch Trials was. Which honestly was why I found Scorch Trials so interesting, was because of the way I remember it. Because I was like, oh, we get out of an escape room and into a death game? This is awesome, right? And then
I would like that because I actually don't mind, and maybe I'll do the escape room. Maybe I'll do a tier list of the escape room thing as well, especially because it'll give me an excuse to talk about Saw, which is one of my all-time favorite franchises. I don't mind the escape room thing. I just don't really find it as compelling as the death game, because the reason why I'm so obsessed with the death game concept, like, it's no secret that I'm a sucker for anything death game related. So anything that's like Battle Royale or Hunger Games, I would check it out, no questions asked. I love it that much. It's such a simple but brilliant concept, and it's such a great platform to explore deep psychological character studies, how humans behave under situations of kill or be kill or having to survive. Just so much great stuff with it. And it can also be a platform for great action, great horror, or just disturbing violence in general. It's fucking brilliant. And it's no secret that I actually have written a script a really long time ago for my own death game that I would love to turn into an anime someday. And that's what all that concept art is for that I've been showing you guys. It's the many different characters that are in that script. And I really want to make that anime happen someday because I adore the death game concept. And I think there needs to be more death games more death game media in the genre, because it's such a rich concept and I love it to death.
So let's get into the I'm not going to say that because I'm going to get in trouble. But let's get into the
I guess no more putting it off. And as for the guy who keeps asking to be sent the link, I told you to PM me, and if you're not going to bother, then I'm not going to send the link in the chat, because number one, it's not going to work. Number two, then everyone's just going to join, and that's going to be a huge mess. Yeah. So anyway, so I'll kind of just pick these out kind of at random. I'll try to pick out some of the ones to get out of the way and focus more on the ones that will be the main event, such as Battle Royale. So let's start with some of the ones to get out of the way quickly. So let's start with this, Rob Zombie's 31. Now, for those who haven't seen this movie, Rob Zombie made a movie called 31, and the gist of 31 is a bunch of people are kidnapped and they're forced to play a game called 31, in which they have to survive for 12 hours against a bunch of psychopaths. And they must fight for their lives. And it was written and directed by Rob Zombie. And I don't know if a professor here has seen it, but I have. And to put it simply,
I have not, but I have one simple guess that I want to make.
What?
Is 31 the number of people that were abducted?
Nope. 31 is the name of the game. The game is called 31. Why it's called 31, I don't know. I believe it's some kind of reference to Halloween or something.
Okay, I was hoping that it would at least
be called 31. There's actually only 5 contestants.
There's only 5?
Yes, it has the smallest number of any death game. Like if you watch death game media as much as I do, then 31 has possibly the lowest number. Even Dokomushi, which only had 7 contestants, still had more. So there's only 5 contestants. There would have been more, but they killed some of them. So there's a bunch of characters. They're traveling in a van, right? But about 3 of them get killed before they even get brought to the game, leaving only 5 remaining.
I don't like. Hashtag not like.
Yeah, so I'll address this one a little bit. So to put it simply, I love what Rob Zombie is trying to go for in this movie. The problem is he sucks at it. So I'll get some of the things I do like. I do like that Rob Zombie is trying to bring back the 70s exploitation films that were very popular in the 70s, which are now referred to as video nasties. That's what they're referred to as. Give me a second. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a second. So anyway, so they refer to as what is known as video nasties, which is a lot of movies like Last House on the Left and I Spit on Your Grave, where there was like a lot of nudity, a lot of like realistic, gritty violence, and yeah, he tries to bring that back. There is just like a shit ton of full frontal nudity, a lot of fucked up violence, and it even looks like one of those old 70 films. Rob Zombie goes out of its way to make it look like a film straight out of the 70s. And I can admire that because Eli Roth tries to do the same thing. The only difference is Eli Roth sucks at it, and I fucking hate him. If you're watching this, Eli Roth, go fuck yourself. You're a fucking hack, and I hate your movies.
Oof.
Anyway, so Rob Zombie tries to do that, and I admire him for it. And I'm not going to lie, it did feel nice seeing a movie that just, especially in this PC era, it doesn't give a fuck. There's all kinds of like racial slurs. There's a midget dressed as Hitler. There's all kinds of blood and gore. There's full frontal nudity. It gives a big middle finger to political correctness. It doesn't give a fuck. And I admire that. But there's just so many other things that Rob Zombie fucks up. And another thing I will say that I do like is I do like the way Rob Zombie shoots his films. His films, they never look bad. He definitely has an eye for like sets. Like if you've ever seen a Rob Zombie film, they look absolutely amazing. His sets are great and the movie looks gorgeous. The problem is everything else sucks. The action sucks. The acting sucks. The characters suck. Everything sucks. So one thing Rob Zombie cannot do, he cannot write characters. His characters are the most eye-gouging thing possible. They're either A, white trash, or B, psychopaths. That's all he knows how to write. There's only 2 characters in the movie that's mildly interesting. One of the villains, Doomhead, by the way, all the villains have a really shitty names. There's Doomhead, Schizohead, Psychohead, Sexhead. The villains' names are just total fucking shit, and you can't take them seriously. So there's one of the names total white trash. The only character I kind of cared about a little bit was the character Venus, played by Mag Foster. I kind of wanted her to survive a little bit, and I was kind of bummed out when she eventually died. But other than that, I just didn't really give a shit. And another thing he fails at is the dialogue. Good God, Rob Zombie cannot write dialogue to save his fucking life. His dialogue is so repetitive. Like, there are parts of the movie where characters just repeat the same line of dialogue for what feels like forever. It's just constant, like this, literally the same fucking dialogue. Like, a character will just say, like, fuck you, bitch, and it'll be like, fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch. Just so fucking repetitive. It makes you want to lose your fucking mind. And the action is shit because it's filmed in shaky handheld cam, and you can barely tell what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
The action isn't even fun to watch. It's just a total fucking mess. The movie looks nice, and I admire what Rob Zombie's trying to go for, but he just sucks at it. His characters are shit. He has one decent villain, and that's about it. It's fucking garbage. Definitely one of the worst I've seen. I would recommend not of all the ones on this list, I would recommend skipping that one. I mean, if you must watch it because you're a huge Rob Zombie fan, I guess check it out. I mean, I guess it has a few decent moments, but trust me, it's really not worth it. I mean, it's nice looking at his pretty sets and all, but that's about all 31 has to offer. Also, another thing that sucks is the ending. There is no fucking ending. It just kind of ends. The game ends. The main villains take off. Our main character is still alive, so she technically wins the game. But they don't explain, like, does she win anything? Does she get to go free? She escapes. She's walking along the road. The villain Doomhead finds her. It plays the song Dream On, and it just the ending is just them standing and looking at each other for what feels like 5 fucking minutes with the song Dream On playing. The main villain pulls out his 2 switchblades. They just look at each other for minutes on end, and then it just ends. It has no fucking ending. There is no true conclusion. The final battle just abruptly stops. There isn't even a final showdown. It can't even give us a final showdown against this villain Doomhead that they built up since the fucking beginning. He doesn't fight anyone. He shows up and immediately takes out our final 3 main characters. They don't even put up a fight against him. It's so unsatisfying. It's bullshit. It's almost as if Rob Zombie didn't know how to end the movie, so he just said, fuck it.
Lol.
Yeah, it's not fucking worth it. Rob Zombie, you are one of the biggest wastes of talent I have ever seen in terms of, like, movies, because you make some of the best looking movies, but you can't write a decent story or characters to save your fucking life. If your story is shit and your characters are shit, we're not going to care. Okay?
I do like his musics.
Yeah. I mean, the soundtrack is also kind of nice, I guess, but still, it's just such a disappointment. So let's move on to another one. So here we have The Condemned. Now, The Condemned is an older death game movie. The concept behind The Condemned is 10 prisoners on death row are fighting on an island until only one remains. The winner gets to be set free. And that's basically it.
Death Race, but without racing?
Steve Austin. It's most famous for the fact that Stone Cold Steve Austin is in it. That's about it.
Is this Death Race, but without racing, essentially?
Yep. Essentially, Condemned is Death Race, but without ripping off Twisted Metal. It basically rips off. It's a blatant battle royale ripoff, straight up. And I guess as a battle royale ripoff goes, it's not that bad. I mean, Stone Cold Steve Austin is a badass, and he does play the main character very well.
The real pro.
Some of the action sequences are good. There is a decent little sequence where there's like a rape scene that happens, and everyone is kind of made uncomfortable by it, and they feel like the game is getting a little bit too real because they do broadcast this and show it on the internet. I mean, it's a decent little thing, but it's not really all that memorable. It's kind of a little bit of mindless fun, I guess, but it mostly focuses on just Stone Cold Steve Austin just being a good guy, because if I remember correctly, his whole character is that he was a guy who was framed for a crime he didn't commit, and he's forced to play the game. Some of the fight scenes are nice, such as when Stone Cold Steve Austin fights this Asian guy that knows martial arts, and he uses like these those things that they stick in those parking lot things. I forget what they're called, those rebar things. He attaches them to his arms and makes like some kind of armor as he fights this Asian guy. And it's kind of a cool little fight sequence. But outside of that, there's not really much to it. And the end and the ending kind of gets a little bit annoying when the main villain just kind of goes on a rampage and kills everyone responsible. And then Stone Cold Steve Austin blows up the villain who tries to get away on a helicopter, and that's about it. I mean, it's not bad like 31, but it's not really all that memorable either. You'll watch it one time and likely forget about it. This is a movie I found out about through my older brother because I told him I really liked Hunger Games and Battle Royale, and he said, well, you'll love this because it's basically the same thing, except it's not really all that good. It's just kind of like a pale imitation. I guess
well, if it's a pale imitation, let's give it a C.
I mean, I guess if Battle Royale was a little bit too sophisticated and cultured for you, you could check out The Condemned, which is a little bit more of like dumb American action. It doesn't really focus on very many of the psychological elements, which kind of bums me out. I mean, outside of a couple decent action sequences, it doesn't really have all that much to offer. I would give it a D.
Wait, Kimmy.
What?
Remember before we start this, I know we already started this, but remember, have you watched that live action Tekken movie? Does that consider a death game as well or no? Because
that is considered what is known as a tournament fighter. Basically,
I know, but there's some people
it's more comparable to something like the Karate Kid.
Oh, because I saw some people died in the movie, the live action.
Well, Tekken is just a tournament fighter. It has nothing to do with the death game genre.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right,
let's continue.
It's been so long since I heard about that movie, and I don't think Rollerball counts either. I believe Rollerball is an example of what is known as extreme sports, where a sport gets hyped up to a degree to where it's basically deadly, I think. Well, I don't think Rollerball counts. It's been a long time since I've heard of that movie.
I like Rollerball.
All right. So, what's next on the list?
Yeah. Well, let's see. So I guess next we will talk. I'll get this one out of the way. The tournament. This is another one where it's an interesting concept, but I think it's kind of wasted in its execution. An entire town. Once every 7 years, 30 assassins are sent to a town, and they're forced to kill each other until only one remains, and it's 30 of the world's deadliest assassins. Sounds badass. It sounds like John Wick meets Battle Royale. But it feels wasted in its execution because it doesn't come anywhere close to feeling like a John Wick movie at all, which I even said when I watched the movie with my sis, that if this took place in the John Wick universe, it would be fucking awesome by default, but it really doesn't. I mean, there's some interesting stuff with the main character being disturbed by killing someone she really didn't want to have to kill, and how that character's death affected one of the main contestants of the game. But outside of that, most of the action sequences range from really good to just kind of annoying because the editing in certain action sequences is painful. Like, it reaches Resident Evil the Final Chapter levels of bad. And if you haven't seen Resident Evil, if you've seen Resident Evil the Final Chapter, you know exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
If you haven't, then spare yourself the misery.
Yep.
I just saw the clips of it in reviews, and that was horrible.
Yep. Speaking of which, there is another death game I forgot to put on here that I just realized I forgot to put on the list. There's this movie that was made by Gamer. It's called Gamer, and it was made by the guys who made Crank and edited by the motherfucker that edited Resident Evil: The Final Chapter.
I know
I
that
think there's
movie.
another Bloomhouse one too that we didn't account for that I totally
Yeah.
forgot about until like just
Yeah,
now.
it's fine. This is odds are I'm gonna miss a couple of things. For example, Batum isn't on here, and Zodiac Wars isn't on here, which I was told about. So anyone that I miss or haven't seen yet, for example, Fate Strange Fake isn't on here because I haven't read the manga yet, and the anime adaptation isn't out yet. So I'll likely possibly come back to this later down the line. But right now, this is just what I have for now, and I think this is mostly just the most important ones for now. Not saying that anyone's off the list aren't important. It's just that this is what I was able to watch for now. I would have watched more, but there's another thing on here that I'm missing. There's this anime / manga called Darwin's Game that I'm also missing, but I didn't get the chance to watch that. So if there's anything missing on here, don't worry. Odds are it was either left off intentionally or I maybe have not heard of it, but I did forget to put Gamer on here. But to put it in short, Gamer is a piece of shit. It has Gerard Butler in it, but that's about it.
Well, I remember Gamer.
Horrible.
Well, I remember Gamer is like Call of Duty mixed with Battle Royale. It's like
that's basically what it is. It's basically Call of Duty meets Battle Royale. It's got all kinds of interesting ideas, but it completely wastes them. And anytime it gets into an action sequence, it's painful mush because the fuckwit who edited Resident Evil Final Chapter edited it. And needless to say, the action sequences are headache-inducing. But yeah, so back to which one was I on?
The tournament.
Oh yeah, the tournament. So some of the editing is pretty bad. Other action sequences are fine, but it's just standard action. There's a fight sequence that takes place on a London bus that turns into a chase. There's some hand-to-hand combat stuff, some shootouts, but it's nothing really all that special, especially because sorry, give me a second. Especially because one thing that's aggravating, most of the deaths happen in a fucking montage. I shit you not. There's a montage where the vast majority of the contestants kill each other. So most of the deaths happen in a fucking quick montage anyway, until only 6 contestants are left, and I'm like, the fuck? Really? You kill off most of the contestants in a montage? Why? Like, even Hunger Games, which we'll get to soon, at least the Hunger Games got rid of a large amount of its contestants by using the bloodbath, so they had less characters to worry about. What the shit? It just seems so lazy. Like, why do it in a montage? Usually montages work best for training sequences, not skipping the vast majority of the fucking plot that you set up. What's the point of the death game if you're going to skip through most of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know about Ready or Not. I did a little bit of research. Apparently, Ready or Not is labeled as a death game movie, but I don't know if it technically counts or not. I know about Ready or Not. I watched a Dead Meats video on it, but I don't know if it technically counts or not. Ready or Not might be something else entirely. It's difficult. Like I said, there are some I wasn't able to put on here because I wasn't sure if it counted or not. Another one was Dead Man Wonderland. Now, my anime list claims that Dead Man Wonderland is in the same vein as Future Diary or Battle Royale, but I discussed it with some people on Facebook, and after doing some thinking, I don't know if it counts because, yes, it does have some things that you would see in a death game, but it's missing some of the major tropes, such as, for example, the main characters do not have to kill each other until only one remains. Technically, they don't even have to kill each other at all. When you get to the parts where they kill each other gladiator style, technically, you are not required to kill your opponent. So it's just, I don't think Dead Man Wonderland counts. Dead Man Wonderland, it's like one of those anime that it falls kind of in the middle. It's kind of like a death game, but at the same time, it's not. It gets very tricky. My anime list does swear that stop breathing into your microphone. But my anime list swears that it counts as a death game thing. But in my experience, and this is a hardcore fan of this genre, I doubt anyone understands this genre better than I do. I really don't know if it can technically count. It's very, very tricky. But Yeah, so the tournament, I'm going to give, once again, a D. I mean, it's not god-awful. It does have some neat moments, but it's just in the same vein as the Condemned. It's just kind of meh. You'll watch it one time and you'll probably forget most of it. Like I said, it does have some decent moments, but it's just not enough. And some of the shitty editing that reminds me of Resident Evil The Final Chapter does not help. So next, let's do. I'm going to get some of the ones out of the way that my guests won't be able to talk about because they haven't seen or read it. For example, Dokomushi and Signal 100, the professor could not read because he has dyslexia, so reading them was out of the question. And while there is a live action film for Dokomushi that me and my sis watched, it's only subtitled, so even watching the live action movie would have done nothing for him. So I'll just get them out of the way. So next, I'll talk about Signal 100. Now, this one has a very interesting premise. So the premise of Signal 100 is a class is selected to play a game in which they are hypnotized by their teacher, and 100 signals have been hypnotized into their brain. If they trigger any of these 100 signals, they will be forced to commit suicide through hypnosis. And it's a pretty decent, and it's a pretty interesting idea, I'm not going to lie. It's not a very long manga. If you're interested in Signal 100, it's only 4 volumes long. It's definitely on the shorter side, so you could definitely check it out if you're interested. And while most of the manga is admittedly spent with the characters trying to figure out the signals so they don't kill each other, so basically it's like they're in the middle of a minefield and they're trying to figure out where the mines are so they don't kill each other, and only towards the end of the manga does it become a little bit more of what you would expect. Towards the end, shit does hit the fan, and eventually teachers and students start murdering each other, and it does become a little bit more what you would expect, but it only happens towards the end. And by that point, most of the class is dead anyway, with the exception of your main characters. Now, I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm just saying if you go into Signal 100 expecting Battle Royale, it's not like that. Most of it is spent trying to understand the signals. Most of it is spent with the characters. And there is a very interesting segment that I found very interesting where one character actually teamed up with the teacher in order to make 20 of the signals, where she was bullied by a group of kids, and she made 20 of those signals, the 20 different ways in which they bullied her, and they had to guess which of these 20 signals was the way in which she would be bullied or die. And she basically torments her bullies by forcing them to have to remember and reenact the same bully techniques that they used on her. And it's extremely interesting, and it gets really, really fucked up as it moves along. That was a very interesting segment. You both hate the character for what she's doing, but at the same time, you sympathize with her, and you on some level actually are kind of rooting for her to get her revenge because she did not deserve to be bullied. And while you could argue what she's doing is wrong, at the same time, you can understand where she's coming from. And that was a segment I really, really enjoyed. So Signal 100 is definitely a lot better. But like I said, if you're a hardcore death game fanatic like me and you go in wanting Hunger Games or Battle Royale, you're not going to get that. But if you can look past that, it does have some very interesting stuff. And towards the end, it does become a little bit more of what you would expect. And it does become a lot more fun towards the ending when everything goes to shit. And not only have the students begun murdering each other until only one remains, but even the teacher has actually been sent. Even the teachers have been sent by the main teacher that's orchestrating this game to kill the students, or else they will be forced to kill themselves. And at that point, the shit just hits the fan. So I would give Signal 100 a B. It's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's as good as Hunger Games or Battle Royale. It certainly has its moments, and it's definitely one of the better ones I would definitely check out at the end of the day. And by the way, if you're interested, I will leave links to websites where you can check out all these pieces of media if you're interested. But I would certainly give Signal 100 a high B. Based on how I've described Signal 100 to you guys, what do you think?
To me, the way you described it is a B as well. I would definitely agree there.
I give that a B as well.
All right. And just so my guests can finally have a little bit of time, next we're going to talk about Danganronpa. Now,
this is my area.
Here are probably going to be playing a little bit of good cop, bad cop, because I straight up hate Danganronpa, while the professor over here likes it. So it's going to be a little good cop, bad cop, because I actually fucking hate Danganronpa. I don't get what the big deal is, and actually pissed me off on so many occasions.
So
I'm really rage-quitted, but the professor basically kept telling me, just push through it. I'm like, fine, whatever. I've technically seen worse, so fine.
I'm more of a neutral cop.
So here's the thing with Danganronpa. And Kimi, I don't want you to interrupt me because I'm going to give all my positive points about it.
We will talk about both the video games and the anime and often compare the two. So don't worry, we're not going to pretend the video games don't exist. We're going to be acknowledging both the video games and the anime. So don't worry about that, any Danganronpa fans.
I'm going to say straight out the gate. The anime adaptation
You argue
did not.
From the perspective of the games, I'll argue from the perspective of the anime. Fair enough?
Well, I'd like to do both for each of us. Well, because you
Okay,
haven't
either way,
really
because
played
I'll
the
only,
game
I'll only be able to speak from the perspective of someone who's seen the anime. And yes, I know that's sacrilegious, and I'll probably get some Danganronpa fans telling me I'm an idiot. But again, I didn't have the time or really the money to spend to play the games anyway. The most I could have done was
watch it play through.
But yeah,
watch it play through, dude. Anyways, so Danganronpa, I'm gonna say straight out the gate. The anime adaptation did not do the game any service whatsoever. It was ill prepared to be a comparison to the video game. While I'm going to speak on things that simply we just could not bypass, as it was I believe a T for teens game. They had to censor the blood, aka making it pink.
Yep. First thing that pissed me off that I noticed, like I even pointed this out. Like this is how moronic I think the writer. I genuinely think the guy who wrote Danganronpa is a hack, and let me explain why. See, there's this little known thing called color theory, in which we associate certain meanings with certain colors, and color can hold a lot of symbolic meaning. A good writer understands color theory and will often use it to have some kind of symbolic meaning to its character. A simple example of color theory is, for example, I'll give a quick example. The main character in my script, not going into anything spoilery, but if you've seen her concept art, you know she has white hair. Well, she doesn't have white hair just for shits and giggles. She's intended thematic-wise in the story to represent that of innocence. And white in color theory represents innocence. So it's meant to represent how she is essentially an innocent girl in this sick, twisted game filled with vile, corrupt people, and she's in a world she can't understand, and now she is basically being corrupted slowly to be forced to do what she has to do to survive in order to be able to get home to her sister. It's either do what needs to be done to survive or die. And essentially the white hair also represents how at this point, a single drop of red will change her forever. Such a simple thing can tell you so much. And when you look up what pink represents in color theory, you'll understand why it was an asinine choice to choose pink. Because if you look up what black represents in color theory, it would have made more logical sense for him to use black blood, but since the writer is a fucking retarded hack, that thought never fucking occurred to him, so such a simple thing ended up driving me up the fucking wall.
So let's play some devil's advocate real quick on that. What does pink do, though? This is also a color theory thing. Pink attracts...
If you want, I'll pull up the chart and I'll read out what the different colors represent if you're interested.
I wasn't talking about representation. What do they do?
Fair enough. Sorry about that. But anyone in the chat, if you're interested in hearing the different meanings of certain colors, let me know and I'll pull up the chart and explain it to you guys. But continue.
I was talking about what does it do psychologically. Pink is a very attractive color. It's a color that catches your attention and makes you happy.
Yes, it's one of the representations of pink besides femininity is such things like sweetness, beauty, and whatnot. Exactly. But again, it just seems like thematically it would make more sense because black represents death, despair, oppression.
I agree. I definitely agree. But I think he was going for a different route. I think he was going for, instead of trying to say that blood was a representation of death, he was trying to say that there is beauty in death, and that this was his masterpiece. Which does that mean, in my opinion, that his masterpiece is a good one? No. In fact, I think personally that Danganronpa would at a maximum have a B in this list. I don't think it would be able to be any higher. Let's also talk
straight up. This is probably gonna piss people off. I give Danganronpa an F. Fuck Danganronpa.
I give Danganronpa a D or a C because I don't get it. It's just kind of confusing. I wanted to like this anime, but I don't get it. It makes no sense about the color theory of pink, how they got the blood.
Well, it's not just the color theory. There's many other things that piss me off. For example,
their depiction
they have a trap character in it, and they kill him off almost immediately. Why?
Midway through. Don't make it sound like he was the first death.
I'm not saying it was first death. I'm just saying he died almost immediately.
Out of roughly 20 characters, he was, and I believe they were able to escape.
If I remember correctly, he was the third death, I believe. The third death.
No, more like the fifth, I think, if I remember correctly.
Well, let me see. Okay, so blue-haired girl that was voiced by Monica, go fuck yourself, Royale. She died first. Then the guy who killed her, the baseball dude, died because of his punishment. And then I believe after that, Shihiro died, and then followed by the person who killed him.
No.
The biker dude.
No.
Now, maybe the events were different in the video game, but in the anime, that's what went down. He died in about the fifth episode, and he died after they solved the case of blue-haired girl's death.
So it's like a courtroom-style battle royale.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie. The idea of mixing Battle Royale with
a
motherfucking Phoenix Wright makes no fucking sense to me. I appreciate it for its mystery element, because those of you who know me know that Another is one of my favorite anime of all time, and Another is described as a mystery horror anime, and I absolutely adore it. The thing is, it just doesn't seem like logical sense to combine the two things because they seem kind of antithetical to one another. Because more time is spent on the mystery of why and who killed this person rather than actually focusing on the more important details that go into making a good death game. The psychology. Yes, it does sometimes go into the psychology. For example, the reason why Shihiro died and the reason why the person killed him was a little bit intriguing. The reason why certain characters like Sakura killed herself were also interesting. But again, it's just I can't get behind the whole courtroom aesthetic. And also, most of the characters suck. I could not stand the vast majority of the characters, especially Mrs. Split Personality Cunt. The motherfucker who made Danganronpa, and me and the professor spoke about this last night, the motherfucker knows nothing about how DID works. DID does not work in the way that he portrays it, and her alternate serial killer persona is fucking obnoxious, and I really wanted her to die, but she never did.
Even if she did die.
Why is it that these motherfuckers never seem to be able to represent mental illness well in media? It's so fucking frustrating. This is a huge problem with media. Media almost always fails to represent mental illness in a proper way, and then it leads to people in general public that don't know any better ignorantly using that as a serious interpretation of something like DID or depression or whatever other mental illness, and it pisses me the fuck off. Fuck that character. And fuck you, whoever wrote Danganronpa. Do your fucking research or don't even bother at all. And by the way, your characters sucked. The only characters I liked was Chihiro and Mr. Know-It-All. Everyone else I could give a fuck less about.
All right.
And it seems we're at an impasse here. I personally give it an F. There's just so many things about it. Like, it jumps the shark so many times. It's filled with all kinds of cringy references, especially to things like Dragon Ball Z, which I'd really not like to be reminded of. There's a character that literally gets turned into fucking butter. I repeat, a motherfucker gets turned into butter. Am I making my point clear?
Let's be real. That was actually kind of funny, though.
Yeah, that is funny.
I thought it was just way too ridiculous. And I'm not going to lie, even in regards to Chihiro, the only character I really cared about, he just came off as a pale imitation of Aoi from Maid-sama. Same backstory and everything, but I believe just not done as well. And in the future, I plan on doing a episode of my new Versus series that's not related to Blood Royale at all, where I'll take a TV show, movie, or character and find out which one is superior. When that episode comes around, I'm likely going to have Chihiro go up against Aoi since they're basically the same character anyway. But even in regards to Chihiro, he just didn't feel as well written as Aoi was. And again, he's almost immediate, at least in regards to the anime, he's almost immediately killed off.
Well, anyway, so I did a fact check because I like to do that. According to the fact check I did, the death order goes as follows. It was blue hair Monica girl, baseball dude, then in fact Chihiro, and then biker dude. So technically yes, but there was a whole according to the thing, it said there was a whole 2 episodes between that. Because filler.
In all fairness, Chihiro almost makes it halfway through the series, and if you count his little computer program thing, he technically doesn't die. But even so, it's just, I can't believe they treated him the way that he did. Also, the ignorant way in which he portrays Chihiro as a character leads to dumb fucks ignorantly thinking that he's transgender or non-binary or some retarded shit like that, and that's always frustrating. So once again, the guy who wrote Danganronpa can't be bothered to do his research.
Oh, but then that means people who wrote Fate and etc. can't be bothered to do their research because SJWs tend to think that Astolfo and Felix are also transgender. It has nothing to do.
They think that Astolfo is transgender for some of the dumbest reasons you could possibly imagine that I won't get into here. But here's the thing. Astolfo and Felix, 2 of the best written and most well-known traps of all time, and they are still set up in which it is clear as day. This is a boy that just merely looks and acts like a dude. And the way in which they handle Astolfo is so brilliant yet simple. Why does Astolfo dress and act like a girl? Simple. He likes cute things. That's all there is to it. There is no deeper meaning behind that. He likes cute things. And he thinks dressing up like a girl is cute. That's all there is to it. Now with
Okay.
Felix, I still haven't seen ReZero, so I can't speak on him.
I can
It's
speak for
a
him.
brilliantly written trap character. With the guy with Danganronpa, I don't even know if he even knows that he wrote a trap character or not. At one point, he refers to him as a gender bender. Now, I know that was from Monokuma, who's known for being a troll like Aizen, but even so, it feels like even the writer didn't know what the fuck type of character he was writing.
No, he knew. Again, as you literally just said, Monokuma is just a massive dick, and he likes to be offensive. That's kind of his thing. He will say things on purpose to offend people. That is literally his character. And so he called Chihiro a gender bender, not because the author didn't know what to say, rather because he knew exactly what Monokuma would say, and that was to be offensive and call Chihiro a gender bender, even though he's not.
One last
And
thing.
also, to speak on Felix, real quick, Felix said in ReZero that the reason he wears feminine clothing is because he likes it. It's comfortable. That is his literal whole reason. Now, let's talk about.
Yep, and I'll talk about why morons think that Stolfo and Felix are transgender for another day, because that's not what this stream is about. But we'll be able to get into that in another podcast episode. But yes, some of the reasons for why these people think that characters like Chihiro, Astolfo, and Felix are transgender are some of the most retarded reasons you will ever hear in your life. But again, I'll save that for another thing. But another thing I want to say, there was one other thing that pissed me off about Danganronpa. The plot twist and the main villain. Oh God, fuck the main villain. I thought
that's the one place where we can.
The bitch with the split personalities was annoying. She was far worse.
Oh, and you know why? It's because this chick had split personality disorder, but worse.
And again, this motherfucker doesn't know how split personality disorder works.
Yeah, obviously.
Like, you can't just trigger it on a whim, like just, oh, this character sneezes, so now they're into a different personality. That's not how it works. It's not like Danny Phantom saying I'm going ghost. It's not like a Super Saiyan transformation. You can't trigger it at will. That's not how it works.
Let's also step into the next thing about why she sucks. She's voiced by Jamie Marchi.
Well, she's voiced by a combo of Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial.
Oh, really?
Yes,
I thought it was
Monica Rial voices one of the personalities. I'm surprised you didn't notice that.
I did not.
Yeah, it was a combo of those two.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it explains everything wrong with that.
So we got the two bitches voicing possibly the most annoying. Like, it's almost a fucked up match made in heaven that those two cunts would play such a fucking frustrating character. I wanted her dead as soon as she started talking. I wanted her fucking dead.
Yeah, the moment
with her for a whole episode was torture. And to think people out there shit on Misa Amane for being annoying, go fuck yourself. Seriously. Fuck right. If you think Misa Amane is annoying, but you like this girl from Danganronpa, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Yeah. Shut up. Your opinion is meaningless.
For real. Would Light survive Danganronpa? Dude.
Light would absolutely annihilate. He would solve all the cases by himself. Light was able to
with an IQ higher than 20 would survive.
Okay, so let's get this straight. Light was able to defeat the world's greatest detective. And even L admitted that Light had surpassed him. And Light was his true successor. Not that limp dick candy ass Nier.
/ Mellow.
Yeah. Mello was also a failed successor, but admittedly, he's at least better than Nier. That's the best compliment I give him. But not to get too far off track, that'll be saved for a versus-related thing. But yeah, so I don't know what to do here. I want to put Danganronpa as an F, but I'm trying to take into account my guess. But I want to give Danganronpa an F. It's so fun. I can't imagine the games are any better than the anime. Yes, I'm constantly told that Danganronpa is a shit animation, but as I told my good buddy Tim last night, who helped me out with the research with the Spawn versus Kratos review, he said that, I said to him that if you adapt a piece of shit, don't be surprised if you get a piece of shit. For example, people like to try to defend the first season of Sword Art Online by saying, well, some of the stuff that wasn't explained in the anime was explained in the light novel. I don't fucking care. An adaptation should stand on its fucking own. Period. Okay? So if one, like DX Fan 619 said, if an adaptation, so a light novel is not to an anime what a strategy guide is to a video game. They are two different entities, as they should be. And if you adapt he had no reason to believe that if the anime is so bad, it's nearly impossible to think that it's not necessarily that the anime sucks. It's that they're adapting already shitty source material. If you adapt a piece of shit light novel like the Aincrad arc of Sword Art Online, you cannot be surprised if the adaptation fucking sucks. There's only so much you can blame on the adaptation. Sure, there are sometimes cases where something brilliant like Berserk will be adapted into a piece of shit anime, but in the case of Danganronpa, I have a hard time believing that Danganronpa was any better as a video game. I'm pretty sure the video game is probably just as bad.
I'm going to say this. One, there's a lot more detail in the video game. There's a lot more.
So basically, in simple terms, the video game is more bloated. So there's just more bullshit to torture yourself with.
No, in fact, it's no. It's kind of the opposite. You get more information that pertains to the story in the video game. You get more details about the characters. There's more character buildup. Whereas in the anime, it just kind of all falls flat.
Fair enough. And I will admit, if there was more time spent on the characters, especially in regards to people like Shihiro, I might have been a little bit more forgiving, because Danganronpa does have some interesting characters, although the main character can go fuck himself, and I wish he died. Seriously, the main character is shit, and it only makes sense that the main villain is also shit, because a truly great protagonist needs a great villain, and I guess the opposite is also true, yin and yang. A shitty protagonist needs an equally or worse, even more dog shit antagonist to complete him.
Depends on which main protagonist. Which one? From the third game, second game, or first
The main
game?
protagonist of the first one.
We're only talking about the first one because
Okay.
the second one doesn't have an anime adaptation. The second game.
I'm mostly
And,
just focusing on the first Danganronpa anime, which also adapts the first game. That's mostly what I'm focused on. If he wants to bring up Danganronpa 2 and 3, he's free to do so, but that's up to him.
I will not speak on 2 and 3. It tells where Funimation's priorities were. They were like, let's do the first game and the third game. Fuck the second one.
Yeah, so I don't know. How are we going to settle this? I still think it's an F. And here's my final nail in the coffin. If this won't convince you guys, I don't know what will. Here's my final nail. Not only have I stabbed the shit out of Danganronpa, but now I'm going to start twisting the knife. The plot twist. Motherfuck your post-apocalypse plot twist, you fucking hack.
Hey, that's not in the first one, so we can't talk about that.
Well, I'm talking about it anyway because it was in the anime. And I assume it's also in the video game.
It doesn't happen in the first anime.
Well, it doesn't happen, but here's the thing. The main character explains that the main world is uninhabitable, and it's basically just a wasteland. The outside world.
Yeah.
And that if they leave this, and if that they kill her, the place that's providing oxygen will also be completely fucked. So yeah, the whole post-apocalypse plot twist was really stupid. The themes of hope and despair are handled in the most obnoxious way possible.
I can agree to that. But
see, Bleach understood a better way of tackling these themes of hope and despair. For example, Ukiura is a much better representation of despair than Bitch from Danganronpa.
So here's what I'm going to say. Is it really as bad as 31?
I would say yes, because it was so frustrating, it nearly made me rage quit. There were so many scenes that were just absolutely aggravating to get through. And every time Bitch would flip her personality, I was so fucking aggravating.
I can agree to that as well.
I don't know. I mean, I'll try to love, but like I said, I'm basically playing bad cop on this one. Fuck Danganronpa. And if the anime is as shit as is being claimed, then wouldn't that make it more worthy of the F spot? Because again, I'm looking at it from the perspective of the anime.
I'm looking at it from the perspective of both. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that it is as an anime, it is easily a D, if not an F. But the video game being better is by many standards, in my opinion, than the anime, I would say that boosts it to a solid D. Can we agree to that?
Maybe. I mean, the point I'm trying to get at is I think Danganronpa is shit, but it's shit in a way that's so frustrating, it's memorable. It's so shit. I can't, at least with Tournament and The Condemned, you can at least say it's kind of just mindless, forgettable entertainment. But with Danganronpa, it's in the same vein as Sword Art Online, where it's so fucking frustrating, I can't forget about it no matter how much I want to, because of how aggravating it is.
Oh, and I hear that for the anime, specifically the anime. But like the video game is honestly pretty forgettable. Once you play it, you're like, okay, that was a fun game. Let's move on to the next one. Which is kind of why I'm saying like the video game I would put as roughly a C, like a low C, high D. The anime I would put at a high F, low D, which is why I'm calling it a D.
Yep. Another reason why I want to give it an F is the whole death game setup is kind of lame, and is just kind of lame. Like, oh, if you kill someone but don't get caught, even though you're surrounded by a room of the most brilliant people of all time, you'll be able to go free. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I'll give one compliment to Danganronpa. In regards to the anime did do a brilliant job adapting it animation-wise. They even have scenes that are just like straight out of the video game, and when they animate the court segments, it's animated in such a way to where I imagine the animation is exactly how those sequences played out gameplay-wise in the video game. So it certainly does feel like you're watching the video game, so I can at least give it that.
Yeah.
Although whether that's a good thing or not is up to you, because some people think the more video gamey it's like, the more it makes it shit, because then it just makes you wish you were just playing the game rather than it being its own thing.
Well, I liked that it made me want to play the video game because that's what made me watch the playthrough of the video game.
I have an interesting take on video game adaptations. Here's my take on video game on movies or anime that are adapted from video games. If it makes you want to play the game, then hasn't it technically accomplished its goal?
Yes. IMO. Yeah. Which is another reason why I say it's a D. Because it accomplished.
I guess maybe I'll give it a D just for the sake of it being so well animated. I do appreciate the animation. The studio that handled it did a damn good job. And if I was a video game developer, I would clearly want these people to handle adapting it because they clearly understand it.
Yeah,
they definitely have a better understanding of how to adapt a video game better than that fucktard Reki Kawahara.
What one did he do?
Jack shit about video games.
Which one did he do?
Reki Kawahara is the writer of SAO.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that motherfucker knows nothing about video games or video game culture. His only understanding of video game culture comes from stereotypes. And as a result, his anime and light novel is offensive to gamers.
I hate looking at Jamie Marchi. She's so ugly, it's atrocious. Lol.
Okay, so this one's going to be a little bit tricky because I was told about this one, Fatal 12, from my friend Tim. It's apparently a visual novel game. It's on my Steam wish list. So I haven't been able to play it. The most I could do is watch some Let's Plays of it. Or I guess if any of you is interested in seeing me review Fatal 12, if anyone's willing to gift it to me on Steam, I'll play it and I'll either stream it or do a review of it. But from what I understand about Fatal 12, the idea is this. So 12 contestants were killed and they have now been made immortal and they have to find a way to kill one another through this goddess, I suppose.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's admittedly a little bit of a weird concept.
I don't like that concept already. I have no understanding of this whatsoever, but to kill anymore, I don't like it.
So apparently, here's the basic way in which I can understand it. All 12 of these characters died as a form of fate because the god of fate, they died. So basically think of it like Final Destination. The characters die at the intended point in time when they're supposed to die. That's what happened to these 12 competitors. They were brought into this weird game where they have now been made immortal because they're technically already dead, but they have to find a way to change each other's fates and find a way to kill off the other 12 contestants or something like that. It's kind of weird. I'm not fully certain how it's supposed to work. I don't know. Maybe if I played the game, it would make a little bit more sense to me. I don't even know if I can honestly rank this one because I don't know enough about it. And I probably shouldn't even have put it on the list, but I wasn't sure what to do. And I'm not sure what to do here. If anyone here has played Fatal 12, rather you're one of the guests or you're in the chat room, please speak up and try to help us out here because I genuinely don't know what to do here.
So real quick, I'm gonna run and do what's called a bathroom break. While I do that, talk about one of the ones that I have no idea about.
That's what I'll do. I'll figure out what to do I'll figure out what to do with Fatal 12 later. So I guess I'll take the opportunity to talk about Dokomushi or Killer Instinct. Yes, one of its alternative names is Killer Instinct or Killer District, whichever one you prefer to call it as. Now, Dokomushi, I found out about this one from Joey because Joey really hyped this up. For what reason, I don't know why. But the basic gist of Dokomushi is 7 people are kidnapped. They're locked in a school with no food. All their shit has been taken. The windows and doors have been replaced with reinforced steel. And there's a room that's tarped up like Dexter made it. And there's a single cleaver, a hot plate for cooking, and a bowl. And a gigantic timer that counts down from 7 days. And the basic gist is, while there is a bit of a mystery element to it where the characters speculate as to what's going on, the basic gist is the characters believe that this is related to a ritual known as Dokomushi, which is a part of Japanese folklore in which you take a bunch of poisonous insects, put them in a jar, and have them kill and eat each other until only one remains. And their venom is speculated to be the most poisonous, and then it's used for a voodoo ritual. And that is what is speculated to be going on here, is that the characters are intended to kill and eat one another. Which does sound like a pretty brilliant concept, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really go anywhere with it. And most of the characters are hardly characters. They're more stereotypes than anything else. For example, there's a fat otaku that also happens to be a pedophile. There's a bland male protagonist that just has no personality whatsoever. There's an occult maniac who is one of the more interesting characters in the manga, but again, that's not really saying much. There's a hostess character. There's a crazy lesbian yandere, and then there's a lolly. And that's basically about it. There's not really all that much given. Oh yeah, and I also forgot there's a big muscular dick character whose whole thing is that he's a dick. That's it. So a lot of it is just kind of wasted. A lot of it is rather boring. Like, the only parts of it I really found enjoyable was the death of the crazy lesbian bitch, especially the other lesbian bitch and her backstory that made her go crazy. Her death was one of the most satisfying deaths in the manga. By the way, most of the deaths in this manga are shit. They're not really good at all. They either involve death by cleaver or being strangled to death. About the best death that you get in the manga is a lesbian slut getting run over by a train and cut into a gory fucking mess, which was massively entertaining because that's what the fucking character deserves. And the other element that was pretty interesting was the surprise badass character. Believe it or not, the random lolly that's there actually turns out to be a secret badass that knows martial arts and actually turns out to be the most dangerous player in the game. You think the most dangerous player in the game is going to be the strong guy or the occult maniac, but it's actually her. She ends up being the most dangerous player in the game, and while it takes forever for her to show her true colors, once she unleashes what she's truly capable of, it's massively entertaining to watch this little lolly just kick some fucking ass. And it's entertaining for a little bit. And another thing that kind of sucks about Dokomushi, it feels more like a fucking porno than a horror manga. There's so much fucking sex in it, it's ridiculous. It feels like the writer forgot that he wasn't writing a daijinshi, that he's actually trying to write a psychological horror manga. And again, Joey hyped this shit up as the most traumatizing manga he ever has seen. Look, Joey, I respect you and I love you, but come on, dude. Get real. Dokomushi ain't shit, okay? Are you seriously going to try to say that Dokomushi is as fucked up as, say, Mai-chan's Daily Life or the anime whose name shall not be spoken? Get fucking real, dude. You hyped this shit up way too much. Oh, but it's got cannibalism. Bitch, please. Ever seen a fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Wrong Turn film? Oh,
let's be real. Let's be real.
Let's get this straight right now. Though there is a lolly, nobody fucks the lolly. Okay? The fat otaku character tries to fuck her. It doesn't work. And the lolly tries to get the main character to fuck her, but he declines. The farthest she gets is making out with him in her underwear. He gets an erection. He turns her away, and she gets pissed off at him, and then the occult maniac gets into a fight with her. That's it. It's not really as fucked up as Joey would have you believe. It's very tame. If you're a horror fanatic like me, you're gonna read Dokomushi and just scratch your head wondering what's so fucked up about this. Like, okay, there's one rape scene in it. Wow, it's almost as if I've never seen Last House on the Left before. Wow. Like, don't get me wrong, they're fucked up, but here's the thing. I've seen much worse. Like, my fucked up meter was broken a long fucking time ago. If you're going to try to say that Dokomushi is the most fucked up manga you've ever read, then I have to ask you, have you truly been experiencing fucked up manga and anime? There's no way you're going to convince me that Dokomushi is more fucked up than Mai-chan's daily life. I'm sorry. You're just not going to do it. Dokomushi is really not all that fucked up. And it's disappointing to have it be all hype. And another thing I want to get into, the setup for the death game is absolutely fucking asinine. The main villain is one of the biggest dumbasses I've ever seen on the fucking planet, and yet the manga will have you believe that he's actually very intelligent. And obviously, I probably should have said something in the stream, but spoilers. If you don't want to hear any of the stuff being spoiled, then maybe don't listen until we move on to the next one. I guess. I mean, I'll let you know in the chat when it's safe, when the spoilers are over, if you're really that interested. But okay, so the basic gist of the setup, and keep in mind, only the first 2 volumes were translated. The other 4 were not. So I had to read the rest of the manga in Japanese, which I barely understand. I had to use a translating app to help me out and read a Reddit post that tried to give a rough estimate. But basically, main character has a girlfriend. Main character gets the girlfriend pregnant, doesn't want her to have the child. She wants to keep it, so he locks her up in a building, and she almost starves to death. She ends up dying. The father finds out about it, and he wants to get revenge on the main character, and he uses his Dokomushi game as a way to get his revenge. The problem is, his setup makes no sense and only increases the odds that he's going to fucking fail. Sure, some parts of his setup make sense, such as putting a crazy, unstable yandere in the game and having a secret badass Molly that knows martial arts and can actually fuck up almost any character in the game despite being twice her size. However, at every point, he fails in his plan to kill the main character, and even at the end of the manga, the main character, spoiler alert, he survives the fucking game, is malnourished. This dipshit goes up to him in the hospital, has a gun, somehow gets overpowered by a starving, malnourished guy, and gets killed by him. The motherfucker has a gun and gets killed. He is the worst antagonist I've ever seen in any death game media. The antagonists in 31 were less fucking retarded than this guy. And again, the manga will have you believe that he's intelligent, but he's a fucking dumbass and he deserves to lose. He deserves a humiliating death because he's such a fucking dipshit. You set him up in this school, it's like you take all their shit and only give them one weapon. Why? Why not just give them a bunch of weapons and just straight up tell them fucking kill and eat each other? At least it would increase the odds of the main character getting killed. Like, believe Kimmy somehow manages to not kill him. You suck, guy. You suck, and your setup is fucking shit. Okay, Like it's a decent idea, but it's just so poorly executed. It's so boring. Some of the backstories behind the characters are really not all that interesting. The only characters that are really worth the shit is the badass lolly, the hostess character, which is a little bit interesting and is probably the most sympathetic, and the occult maniac, who works a lot better as a main antagonist than the fucktard who masterminded this entire thing. But even they're not enough to save this pile of shit because it focuses more on sex scenes than the actual death. And even the random badass Wally isn't enough to save it. Sure, some of the fight sequences are kind of fun, and once the random badass Wally gets unleashed, it's a lot of fun to kick ass, but it's just not really enough. I would give it a D. I mean, I don't give this a lot of D, but it's not quite as incompetent as 31. It's borderline as incompetent, but it's really not all that great. Don't believe Joey's hype. This is very basic bitch, fucked up tier character.
If we're gonna be real,
Also,
Euphoria is probably
most
more
of it
dramatic.
is not translated anyway. So if you can't read Japanese, you'll only be able to read the first 2 volumes anyway.
Anyway, it sounds like Euphoria is probably more traumatic than this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the most fucked up it gets is okay. There's a little bit of cannibalism. Oh wow, it's almost like I said. It's almost as if I've never seen a Texas Chainsaw or Wrong Turn film. Ooh, there's a rape scene. Oh wow, a rape scene. Is that all you fucking got? It's almost as if I haven't seen Last House on the Left before. Ooh. Oh, but there's pedophilia. No, there's borderline pedophilia in it, and it never goes that far.
Let's not forget that Euphoria is literally repeated over and over scenes of death by rape.
Yep.
So, dude, in Euphoria,
there's only
this
actual rape scene in the entire manga. All the other sex scenes that I mentioned are consensual. The hostess character that I mentioned willingly fucks all these other characters. She even says at one point, admittedly, this was a part of the manga that kind of put a little bit of a smirk on my face. The main character, okay, so hostess girl sucks the main character's dick, drinks his cum, and says nutrients secure because they have no food. I admit, I kind of cracked a smirk on that at that.
Lol.
Like I said, the hostess character is probably one of the better characters because she has possibly the most sympathetic backstory, and she's probably the smartest one of the group. Because the problem is, every character in Dokomushi is pretty much a complete fucking moron. The only one that has any moderate intelligence is the occult maniac and the hostess character. Everyone else is basically a dumbass, though.
Again, in Euphoria, dude literally fists his sister to death.
Mm-hmm. And the rape scene in Dokomushi, it's just so tame. Like, yeah, the strong guy I mentioned forces himself on the crazy lesbian bitch, but it's so tame. That's why, like, I've seen more fucked up rape scenes in Onichichi. And if I could say Onichichi, the greatest hentai ever made, is more fucked up, you know you failed at trying to disturb me when I can say I've seen more fucked up rape scenes in Onichichi.
Oof. Still, I don't think it gets much worse than fisting your sister.
I know the writer probably thought, oh, this is very disturbing. Oh, I'm going to make so many people go, oh. Meanwhile, I'm over here just kind of rolling my eyes like, that's the best you got.
Did the main character fist his sister to death? No. Oh well. You leave things to be desired.
And again, similar to Danganronpa, we got a shitty protagonist going up against one of the most moronic antagonists I've ever seen. Yes, I know I mentioned the occult maniac. Technically, he's not our main antagonist. He's technically the secondary antagonist. Our main antagonist that is connected with our main character is that fucktard I mentioned that set up and masterminded this whole game that fails to accomplish his one fucking goal.
Anyways, we are less than halfway through, and I have work in the morning, so we need to kind of maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to speed this up. So let's try to speed this up a little bit. So we got Dokomushi. I thought Dokomushi was going to be a little bit faster. So
right.
let's
cover Death Race real quick.
I don't remember much of Death Race, but basically from
this
what
is going to be my area.
Explain to me. It's basically the Condemned, but in rips off Twisted Metal. That's basically the gist of it. I know Death Race one time a really long time ago, and that was before I got into the whole death game scene. I might have to rewatch it, but from what I remembered, I'd probably give it a C. Just kind of more mindless fun, but it's probably a little bit better than Dokomushi, the Tournament, or the Condemned, because it does kind of have that Twisted Metal side to it, and people love Twisted Metal.
Here's what I really liked about Death Race, was specifically that, one, they set up the main character to take the mantle of this racer that's supposed to like be essentially immortal, and you know, like he just keeps racing and racing and racing, right? And so the story is basically kind of him trying to be that racer, trying to perfect that so that he doesn't get time added to his sentence.
Like I'm interrupting you, but you know what it kind of reminds me of? How you're describing it? It reminds me kind of Speed Racer. Tell me not. It doesn't remind you of Speed Racer a little bit.
I like Death Race because it reminds me of.
It is basically Speed Racer. Actually, it's not even Twisted
Metal.
Metal.
It's basically like America's Speed Racer. If you think about it,
and Mad Max.
It's literally Speed Racer meets Death Game, essentially.
And also Mad Max.
I wouldn't say it's like Mad Max at all.
It's kind of got a Mad Max aesthetic, but that's really where it ends. Okay. There's no Mad Max.
Yeah, because Mad Max is just your typical post-apocalypse film.
I'm just talking about the cars,
big trucks and stuff.
Yeah. You know what? I'm willing to give it a C, just based on the premise that it reminds people of Speed Racer. And hey, people love
Speed Racer.
The live-action Speed Racer movie, it's fucking awesome. And if you think that's a bad anime live-action, then shut the fuck up.
I still haven't seen it, and I know it's good.
You are bitter about Dragon Ball Evolution. Admit it.
I like Speed Racer as the movie. That was the best ever live action movie. I also like the PS2 better.
Now we have live actions like Bleach live action and the Death Note live actions. The Japanese ones.
I heard something live action, but I couldn't. Like everything was muffled. We
all started talking at the same time.
Speed Racer live action PS2 is the best racing game of all time, even if you hate racing.
I
was talking about
Death Race is basically just America's take on Speed Racer. Sure, you could probably argue it's not as good as Speed Racer, but hey, I mean, it certainly has more going for it than Beast 4. But I wouldn't really say Death Race is as unique as Signal 100, because Signal 100 has a truly unique premise, whereas Death Race, it kind of takes inspirations from, again, Battle Royale, Twisted Metal, The Condemned, and Speed Racer, as we've spoken about. So the rest I can give it a C because it's not really all that original.
The big thing about Death Race that I liked as well was it's not just one person gets, their freedom. It's two people because it's a team of drivers. It's the driver doing the driving and also the spotter essentially.
Yeah, like
And-
that. Like if I remember correctly, there's like one guy that operates a car, and then another guy that operates some kind of weapon that's attached to the car.
Yeah, so it's like their weapons also like can tell the driver, hey, go this way. There's like there's a this or there's a that or there's a
There's a Mad Max reference because in Mad Max they would attach all kinds of crazy contraptions to the cars.
Yeah, that's like the main part where it like kind of gets a Mad Max reference. But other than that, there's nothing really there.
Except for the cars. Except for the cars.
Oh.
Yeah, the cars are kind of like Mad Max-y. But other than that, nothing.
I'll be really generous, and even though I don't remember much of it, from what I do remember, I'll be generous and put Death Race to the C. At first, I was going to put it as another D because I was going to say just more mindless entertainment. But now that I think about it, the fact that I can say it's like Speed Racer is a hell of a compliment because Speed Racer is one of the most iconic anime of all time. You can never.
You should definitely watch all of the Death Race series again, except for the last one. Fuck the last one. The last one.
Yeah, and if you guys want, anyone who is anyone who donates to my Patreon, the $5 tier gets you access to a movie night. And if you guys are interested, anyone who is a patron, you can watch the Death Race movies with me because behind the scenes, I like to watch anime and movies with my fans. The professor watched Battle Royale with me today. And hopefully I can get to Battle Royale.
That's just because I'm your friend.
Battle Royale for the finale because it's Battle Royale, but I don't know how much time I'm going to have left with the professor, so I'm going to try to speed up, but I am mostly saving the big ones, which I consider the Hunger Games, Battle Royale, and the Belco Experiment, and the Fate series to be the big boys, because the Fate series, the Belco Experiment, and the Hunger Games are the true spiritual successors to Battle Royale and will definitely be the main event. The others are either pale copycats or just failed experiments written by hacks.
All right. So let's get those ones that are failed experiments written by hacks out of the way so that we can get into the
Okay, and
as Nux would say, the meat and potatoes.
So I'm just gonna say fuck it. The Running Man is just your typical 80s action movie. If you like 80s action movies, then I'll put it as a C. Also, it gives points for being possibly the first example of death game media. You could possibly go further than that, but the Running Man came out before even Battle Royale, so I'll give it points for that. I haven't seen the Running Man, but I'll just put it as a C because if you like 80s action movies and you want to see possibly where it all started in terms of death game media, check it out. But I just wouldn't want to quickly get the Running Man out of the way. I just realized it's still there. So let's see what's next. We have to deal with.
Reminds me of Arnold
Schwarzenegger. We have to deal with before we can get to the main event, and that is this piece of fucking shit. Future Diary.
So you call it a piece of shit, and I agree, but it's a lovable piece of shit. It's a piece of shit that makes
shit. It's just a piece of fucking shit.
It is a lovable piece of shit if you've only watched it once. If you watch it more than once, it becomes a hateable piece of shit.
Yeah, it's the problem with Mirai Nikki. You can only enjoy Future Diary if A, you turn your brain off, and B, you only watch it once. How is it not a fucking failure? And I've spoken about this before. Those who have seen my top 10 lists of the anime I hate that everyone else loves, people fucking worship this piece of shit. And it pisses me off.
I love it.
Future Diary is fucking
objectively speaking, all right, Future Diary is absolute trash. Okay,
it's not even fun trash. Like at least you can say Death Race or the is fun schlock. You can't say that about Future Diary. It'll make you want to rip your fucking hair out.
I wanted to like this anime, but this character pisses me off. I really want to watch this anime because of my ex-girlfriend, but now I'm no longer interested.
So I think the thing about Future Diary that I really liked was the diary idea, the gimmick of
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
diary tells of the future in this way or
Diary,
that.
just like Dokomushi and Signal 100 has a great idea, and much better than Dokomushi, it has a truly unique idea like Signal 100 that helps make it not a straight Battle Royale ripoff. However, though, it squanders its idea with just a bunch of fucking bullshit, unlikable characters, trash writing, focusing on bullshit we don't care about, like Yuki's friends, the dog shit romance with Yuki versus Yuno. And yes, I said it. All you Future Diary fans, the romance between Yuki and Yuno is shit, and Yuno is a fucking shit character. She's not the queen of Yandere. She is a fucking piece of shit. She doesn't lick the
Across the board.
shoes of motherfucking Lucy. She doesn't even lick Lucy's fucking shit.
She can't even stand in the same shadow as Lucy.
Lucy
Can't
is
even
the
think
true
about Lucy.
queen of Yandere. And I challenge anyone, if any of you Yandere fanboys want to challenge me, bring it on. I will prove to you that Yuno is nothing but an overrated pile of fucking shit. And she is nothing compared to Lucy. Whereas Yuno is well known for being a yandere, Lucy is well known for being one of the most memorable, deep, interesting, iconic female characters in anime history, and she just so happens to be a yandere. One is famous for just being a yandere. The other is famous for being one of the most iconic faces in anime and manga history. People, they know Lucy. When you say the name Lucy, unless there's some fairy tale fucktard, they know immediately who you're talking about. Lucy is iconic, and she is a true face for the horror anime manga community. She may not be the greatest of all time. She may not be the face of the entire thing. However, Lucy is to horror anime what Jigsaw, Michael Myers, Chucky, Freddy Krueger, and Jason is to horror movies.
Yeah. Just
Like,
so that you know.
the only reason people know Lucy, Yuno, is because, oh, she's a very famous yandere. That's all she is. She's barely even a character. She's just a fucking yandere, and that's all she has to offer, and she's not even a good yandere.
Yeah, just so that you know, guys, don't never compare Yuki to Lucy. That's like comparing the Miz to The Rock and saying he's better as a wrestler.
We
That's
have to
horrible.
explain this. How is Lucy a yandere? She was so obsessed with Kota that she murdered his family in cold blood. If you haven't seen Elfen Lied, I'll give you a pass. But if you have seen Elfen Lied, I can't believe I have to explain how is Lucy a yandere.
Let's assume that they are thinking about fairy tale and not.
Well, like I said, if they're a fairy tale fuckboy, then of course they're going to think about Lucy from Fairy Tale, in which case they're not even worth acknowledging.
Yeah, Lucy from Fairy Tale is not even
fucking punchline, and I'm pissed off she shares the same name as one of the most iconic faces of anime.
Yeah,
Lucy is truly one of the greatest characters ever written, and I have plans to make a character study / video essay on Lucy, but I'm still working on the script. But Lucy is truly an incredible, iconic character. There is so much depth to her. And not only that, but Elfen Lied, I always have to remember it's Elfen Lied, not Lied, actually manages to take the split personality disorder thing and actually write it in a realistic way. Funny how that works out. Lucy's multiple personality disorder is actually portrayed far more realistically and far more better than that fucking cunt in Danganronpa. And it's interesting how it's handled.
I can confirm. You never see Lucy just switch from new to Lucy.
Yeah.
It's
Whenever she
gradual.
switches to a personality,
Which
it's
is-
always out of her control.
Yeah,
Just
it's
have-
also out of her control. I mean, sure, there are outside triggers that cause it, which is normal.
Like the only sort of trigger there
Like-
is when she suffers from some kind of brain trauma, but that's because brain trauma can like be connected to her abuse, because here's what triggers multiple personality disorder. Abuse and trauma is what triggers it. Lucy was a character that was abused and bullied and traumatized, and it eventually led to her personality, not a completely separate character, but her own personality fragmenting into pieces. Her psychopathic, hateful side that hates humanity and wants revenge for treating her like shit, and the one that controls her powers. Her normal Lucy personality that fell in love with Coda, and her innocent personality, which takes the form of New. All these personalities, they're not separate personalities. They're all a part of one personality that we know to be Lucy. Which
Yeah,
is
Kai was
actually
right.
how
The
DIE works.
The future diary should have a Death Note approach, of course, because Yuki deserved to get her Death Note listed to get herself killed by death by Light Yagami, and Kai was right. I don't know if he was right. Is he?
Unrelated, but anyway, so yeah, Yuno is just shit. The only explanation we get for why Yuno is nuts is, oh, her family was nuts and locked her in a cage for no fucking reason. That's it. We don't even get a fucking explanation. That's all we get for why Yuno went nuts, and quite frankly, that's not a reason. That's not an excuse for why Yuno would have become a yandere. Becoming a yandere is far more complicated than just being crazy or being in love. What a yandere is far more complicated than that. Yanderes are deeply disturbed people. They are people who are obsessed with someone to such a degree that not only are they unwilling to leave that person alone, but they're willing to potentially kill. Now, in most cases, most people in these cases will not kill, but sometimes it can go to that point. If you've ever read actual stories of real life yanderes, if you think that yanderes are cute or sexy, or having a yandere girlfriend would be an amazing thing, go fuck yourself. You're a fucking ignorant virgin. You would not want to have a yandere girlfriend. I have read genuine stories of real life yanderes. They are both sad and disturbing. How some people's lives are ruined by these mentally disturbed cunts that are fetishized and romanticized by pieces of shit like Mirai Nikki.
They're like the fucked up versions of simps.
Yes, that's basically what they are. They're just a bunch of simps that want to be dominated by a crazy bitch. Well, guess what? As someone who actually nearly had their life ruined by a crazy bitch, let me tell you, it's not fun. It's not romantic. It fucking ruins your life. I have PTSD because of a crazy bitch. So if you genuinely think that Yuno is waifu material, go fuck yourself and go see a therapist. And Yuno is, again, a dog shit character, and Yuki himself is a dog shit character. All the characters.
As a matter of fact, fuck yourself in the therapist.
None of them are interesting.
Just in case I need to repeat myself. As a matter of fact, fuck yourself in the therapist's office. Let them watch.
Yeah, and there's so much stupid shit in Future Diary. For example, the fucking scene where they're going up against the blind guy. And
oh my god,
uses his diary to figure out which one is the real one. So they're all wearing colored masks. And Yuki says the one on the right, and they switch places. And then Yuki's like, that's not fair. They're wearing colored masks. Just tell Yuno what fucking color the mask was. It's so fucking stupid. As DXFan619 perfectly said, either Yuki is colorblind or this scene is fucking retarded. And people tell me that Future Diary is good? Are you serious? No wonder you have to turn off your brain to this shit is so bad. The continuity is such shit that there is a scene in the anime where a character throws a grenade. We get a shot of the grenade. We see the grenade explode, and then the characters fucking teleport miles away, witnessing the explosion with no explanation as to how they got there.
Oof.
The continuity is just fucking shit. The characters are shit. The story is decent but wasted. The concept is wasted. It's shit. There's only one redeeming quality about Future Diary. Only one. The opening. Future Diary, as I pointed out in my list of the greatest anime openings of all time, it has one of the greatest openings of all time, rivaled only by Elfen Lied's brilliant, beautiful opening that should honestly be put in a fucking art gallery. It's so beautiful. But Future Diary opening is really, really good. Don't get me wrong, it's really good. But that's about all I can give Future Diary.
I'm sorry, but can I debunk that real quick? Because there's a third thing. There's a third anime opening that you're missing, and that is Tokyo Ghoul.
You're seriously going to compare Tokyo Ghoul's opening to that of Future Diary, Attack on Titan? And this is coming from someone who doesn't like Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan
the OP alone. Just the OP alone. I don't even need the video. Just the OP alone rivals that of both.
I'll look it up after this. I'm tempted to watch it right now, but I don't want to risk this stream getting taken down. But here's what I'll do. I'll watch it, and if I watch it and it's not as good as you're hyping it up to be, we're going to have a debate later on after this podcast. But that's about all.
You're going to have to listen to the English version as well, because it's the lyrics.
All it has to its name. Oh, and some of the soundtracks are kind of decent. If you've seen my really, really old videos where I talked about the top 10 creepiest songs in anime, I put Yuno's theme on there. Yuno has a good theme. I'll give them that. Some of the music is good. The opening is good, but everything else blows.
Anyways, next one. Next flex. Oh, yes, wait, no, we're
Future Diary, fuck off. It gets an F, and if any Future Diary fan wants to come at me, please do. I will take
give it a D because it's got a 1 watch value.
Future Diary offers nothing. It is not even gateway anime material. It is just shit. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Sword Art Online is better than Future Diary.
Oof.
Big oof.
Okay.
So now that we got those out of the way, now we'll hopefully have some more positive stuff to say, because now we're at the main event, and we shall start with this. And this is going to be interesting. The Belco Experiment, because the professor actually thinks that the Belco Experiment is better than even Battle Royale, something I find interesting, because while I enjoy the Belco Experiment, I see it as a worthy spiritual successor to Battle Royale, but nothing more. And I love the Belco Experiment. I highly recommend it.
This is how I see Belco. I see Belco as light, and I see Battle Royale as L. As in, it was inspired heavily and etc. by Battle Royale, and they made it fairly plain.
Battle Royale was up front, and it literally sold itself as it's Battle Royale meets Office Space. Its entire marketing was marketed on the fact that this is just like Battle Royale.
Yeah.
So just with the Belco Experiment, for those who want a little bit of backstory, so the Belco Experiment is written by James Gunn, so you know it's good because it's written by James Gunn, and it's directed by the guy who made Wolf Creek, another really famous horror movie, and it also has James Gunn's little brother playing one of the main characters. And the gist of this one is 80 employees are simply doing another day at work, working at a company called Belco, when randomly their normal work day becomes a nightmare when a voice tells them you have to kill any 2 of your fellow employees or we will execute twice as many through our own methods. And they are given a certain time period to do this. And they're locked
Specifically, it
inside
was
the
30
building
minutes.
with a metal that is similar to Dokomushi, reinforced, and there's no escape. And they must kill each other. They must kill a certain amount of their employees or suffer the consequences. And the gimmick of this one is it's Battle Royale meets Office Space. It's more of a dark comedy, so it's not as serious as Battle Royale, but it does have its very serious, disturbing moments. There are many Battle Royale homages to it. There's one scene that is a straight-up homage to Battle Royale, where it's a disturbingly tragic scene where the villains are forced to do something that they believe is for the greater good, and classical music is playing over it as you're witnessing these characters be rounded up and forced into a very tough situation. And it's both fucked up but tragic at the same time, especially when you see a guy reach into his wallet and pull out a picture of his children begging the main antagonist to let him live, because because even the main antagonist, so a small group forms of the antagonists that basically believe that they must do whatever it takes to survive because they have families. And the main villain, Barry, truly believes that he doesn't know what his family would do without him, and he tries to appeal to other members of Belco that just want to see their family again. And this guy is trying to appeal to him desperately, but at the same time, Barry knows he has to execute a certain number of employees, or else twice as many of them will die. And though he is technically the villain, he's still trying to hold on to his humanity, and he's still trying desperately to do what he believes is best for the group. And it's all done with no dialogue, and it's fucking brilliant, and it shows the glimpses of brilliance that we see in Battle Royale.
Yep. So let's discuss why I thought it took a step further in greatness than Battle Royale did. Number 1, the time limit. They drastically went from going, okay, we're just gonna let this go for as long as it takes, to basically the people pulling the strings went, you know what, time is money, and you know what, fuck it, you have 30 minutes to kill 2 people. That was huge. I thought that was a huge step in, like, I'm going to not just be like Battle Royale, I'm going to be better than it. It was like, I'm going to take all of the great things about Battle Royale and I'm going to add better things as well. And that's why I say that Belco is, in my opinion, like Light, in that it surpassed its mentor. If Belco is Light Yagami, then Battle Royale would be El Laliet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see,
because it surpassed it. It was that and more, which is why I think Belco's better.
See, while I liked the Belco Experiment, and from this point on, we are going to have nothing but positives to say, with maybe a couple of minor negatives that really don't affect the quality. Everything from here on out is a must-watch, absolute must-watch. But
The
I
only
admit
thing
it,
in
while
Belco
I
that
love
I
Belco
didn't
Experiment. I really, really fucking love it. There are a couple of problems that I had with it. Again, they're only minor, but here's the thing. Many of the deaths, and this is kind of a minor spoiler. It's not really a big spoiler, though, because they show this in the trailer, that they basically have a tracer in their head, and it's rigged to blow up. And most of the deaths in Belco Experiment happen through heads being blown up rather than the contestants killing each other. And by the time shit goes mental and everyone says fuck it and starts murdering each other, about 80 to 90% of the contestants have already been killed. And it's a little bit disappointing. It just, similar to the tournament, it felt like a very easy way to get rid of so many characters, because it feels like Belco had a lot of characters, but it didn't know what to do with them, and they just wanted to focus on their main characters, which is fine. I understand they only wanted to focus on the main characters. Our main protagonists and the main antagonist group, because the main cast divides up into two groups. What I will call the humanitarian side, which is our main protagonist, who doesn't believe in killing at all and that they shouldn't even consider the idea. And then Barry and Wendell are two main antagonists who are more willing to do whatever it takes. They're more survivalists. They're willing to do what it takes to survive, especially the main villain, Barry Norris, is revealed to be special forces. So he already understands that in these types of situations, everything goes out the fucking window. You need to do what's best for the group. You need to do whatever it takes to survive. And if you try to play Superman like the main character does, you are a fool and you are only going to fuck over the entire group. From Barry's perspective, the main character, Michael Melch, is just trying to fuck over the entire group because his method is only going to risk them running out of time. And at one point, they're forced to kill 30 employees or 60 of them will die. And as they're debating this, Barry says, if Michael's plan to try to save everyone doesn't work, about 80% of them will be dead. And he even admits at least his idea would buy them some time. So even though Barry's the antagonist, he's kind of the more logical, pragmatic character.
Yes, this is true.
Even though he's the more pragmatic character, like I said, in a later scene, Barry still tries his best to hold on to his humanity. Even when he's separating people to kill, he's separating the people who have families to not be killed and the elderly to also not be killed, and then tries to pick off what's left, but it's not enough. So Barry is still forced to make a difficult decision, and it's a very tough scene. And you can empathize with Barry's struggle. He's basically put in a near impossible situation, but he's still trying desperately to do the right thing.
I think you had that backwards because he
and it's a
selected
perfect
the elderly
contrast to Michael Melch, our main protagonist. Sorry.
I think you had that backwards. He had selected the elderly to be killed.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought they were put into the group of people to live. My bad. I accidentally fucked up. Sorry about that.
They were the ones selected to die. Because they were
again,
elderly, they didn't have much life.
But in this situation, what other options does Barry have? He's trying desperately to do what's best for the greater good, and that's usually what people say. Even Spock famously said the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So while Michael Melch's ideals are technically more moralistic, it's naive. It's naive to believe that you can save everyone. And even his girlfriend tells him, you're an idiot for antagonizing Barry's group, that whatever you think is right and wrong in this type of situation, everyone is out for themselves. Whatever you think is right and wrong goes out the fucking window in this situation. And I admire that his girlfriend takes the middle ground. She understands Barry's side, but she also understands her boyfriend's side, and basically tries to tell him that, look, I love you, but you're a fucking idiot for trying to be so moralistic, antagonizing Barry, who have already showed themselves to be dangerous. and you can't save everyone, and it's absolutely tragic because you can truly sympathize with Michael. He really wants to save everyone, but it's nothing short of foolish to believe he can do so.
Which is proven in the end when he's the victor.
Yep.
Because he ended up watching everyone, including his girlfriend, die, and then he had to kill Barry. Because multiple reasons. It was him, it was Barry or Mike, and Mike kind of had the adrenaline advantage because he just
Michael had to basically be pushed. Most of the characters in the final stage of the game were pushed to the point of no return. Even Michael's girlfriend was pushed to the point of no return when she fights against our secondary antagonist, Wendell, who sided with, obviously, Barry, who was the leader of the antagonists. And Michael, though he tried his best, even he was eventually pushed to the point of no return, where once he's confronted with the one pulling the strings, even he says, fuck it. And the main villain and the ones pulling strings even tries to appeal to his sense that all life is sacred. But at that point, he had reached the point of no return and no longer gave a fuck. He lost everything and had nothing left to lose and basically just said, fuck it.
Yep.
And it's truly great. Belco Experiment truly does do a good job exploring the way in which people would react in a situation like this. And it's truly great. And we don't see writing of this caliber in death game media in anywhere else except the ones we're talking about now. Fate, Battle Royale, and Hunger Games to an extent.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, I agree Belco Experiment is great, and I would happily put Belco Experiment as a high S. Truly God tier. I just don't know if I can agree on it being better than Battle Royale. Like I said, I can view it as easily a spiritual successor to Battle Royale, and in some cases, there are some things it does do better than Battle Royale, but at the same time, Battle Royale also had better action. While Belco Experiment does have some really good, like if you love some fun, grindhouse, gory fun, Belco Experiment has it. Don't worry, it's not just a bunch of philosophy, psychology, character study, and pretentious classical music to really tragic scenes. It also has some damn fun, grindhouse, gory action, which I absolutely fucking love. It does what 31 tried to do but failed, and some of the death and action is truly great. I won't say too much, but there's a death scene that involves an axe later on in the final stage, and it is fucking deliciously gory. Yes. Although, sadly, similar to Battle Royale, a lot of the deaths are caused by guns because there is an armory in the Belco facility and guns do get involved. But there are some truly great deaths that don't involve guns as well, but there is some fun action. I will say the final battle against our two main characters does leave a little bit to be desired. It's not bad, and it does have a really good shot at the end that was so great they even used it for the poster, which I love. But I just feel like, something like Battle Royale just had a much more, climactic, epic final showdown. Even if it was kind of brief, it was I know you have to agree with me that the final battle in Battle Royale versus Kiriyama was fucking awesome. It may have been very quick, but it was awesome. And we get a truly great shot of Kiriyama walking out of the flames of the explosion that I have seen Battle Royale fans say it reminded them of that iconic shot from Final Fantasy VII where Sephiroth burned down Tifa's town and we see him walking through the flames. It reminded them of that. That's how good it was. I don't know. I feel like again, the final showdown isn't bad. I just feel that the final battle between our two main characters, the final stage of the game is on par with what you would expect from Battle Royale. But I just feel that the final battle between our two main characters, there could have been a bit more to it. It's just basically a little bit of shooting, some fist fighting, and that's about it. Whereas with Battle Royale, we get a shootout, a fucking explosion, and it's just fucking awesome.
All right. So I want to talk about my 3 problems with Belco. There were 3 things in
only have
Belco
2
that
problems
really
with
disturbed
Belco,
me.
which I've already stated my 2 problems with Belco. I felt that the deaths were a little bit too rushed. I wish there was a little less death from the explosion. And my only other problem with it was shit. Did you remember? I think I forgot. Do you remember what my second problem was with it? I don't know if I remember it. I had one other problem with it, but it was again very small. Fuck it, I'll remember it, but I'll let you announce yours.
So mine were as follows in this order. My first biggest problem, and this is one that you had said that you thought was a weird problem, but after sleeping on it, I found that I really did not like this. When the girl was killed in the elevator, like, I couldn't.
Oh yeah, we
My
won't
brain
say who for the sake of
perceive
not
why.
spoiling, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's this one death scene that really pisses people off for some reason. So there's this girl that's a contestant in the game, and she actually does a pretty good job surviving throughout the majority of the game. But in the
Literally
final
by
stage
hiding.
of the showdown, she makes it to, I believe, the last 4 alive, but she hops in the elevator, takes it down to the lobby, and then immediately gets killed by our main antagonist. And people felt that it was kind of a betrayal to her character because they felt she was far too smart and wouldn't have made that decision otherwise. And just felt, they said it felt like a cheap way just to get rid of her character because they didn't intend for her to win the game. And I've even heard some people say they would have preferred her winning the game over our main protagonist.
Yes. This is actually what I have thought about. It's not that I think she should have. It's rather I think she would have. Because one, she wasn't going down. She was already in the basement. She was going up. If I remember correctly. No. She was at the bottom, or she was near the top, middle-ish. But why would she have gone to the lobby? She knew that that's where they were. She was smarter than that. Obviously, she had hid the whole time she was hiding. And guys, if you were at all watching my stream via
I kind of get where
Twitch,
people were coming
just
from with
shut
that
down
death,
because-
but I don't know. I don't know if I think it's a betrayal of the character. I've even come to the defense that I think it's more so the character just honestly made a mistake because first things first, the main villain, Barry, he gets trapped in the elevator and she physically sees him get trapped in the elevator. In her defense, she didn't know that he got out of the elevator, and she also knew that Barry was one of the only remaining threats left in the game. Now, sure, she had no way of knowing if, say, Wendell was still alive, who was our secondary antagonist, but I think she just made an honest mistake. Maybe she got a little bit cocky or believed that she was safe because, again, Barry was trapped in the elevator and she had no way of knowing that he escaped.
Well, yes, she would have taken precautions anyways. Personally, she probably, in my opinion, she would have gone back to her original hiding spot in the basement and stayed there.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's a tad bit tricky. I mean, one could argue she should have never left her hiding spot, and that might be the case. But who knows? I mean, I can understand where they're coming from, that it could be considered a frustrating death. I mean,
But
I
yeah,
mean, it didn't bug me too much, but I won't. But I won't pretend as if I don't understand where they're coming from.
yeah. So that was my biggest issue with it, is because I think they just wrote off her character essentially, like you said. When honestly, I personally believe that she was so good at hiding. She would have won, in my opinion. She just would have easily. Um, and
Yeah,
then
basically, think of it this way: if you're a Hunger Games fan, basically this character is the equivalent of the Morphlings in Hunger Games, the one that won their game simply by hiding until everyone else was dead. That was how she played the game. She did it. She didn't fight, and she only killed one person, but it was an indirect accident that she didn't intend to happen.
yeah, it was like one of those things where she had to do it, essentially. And it was one of those, I had to do it, like, but I didn't know that was going to be the result.
Yeah, it wasn't even like it was an intentional murder. It was just basically a freak accident.
Yeah. She was getting attacked by the other dude, and she like shoved him away, and like they landed against a wall that had spikes in it, and yeah.
Yep. I mean, I'm trying to remember what my other problem was, because I had one other problem with Belco, but I can't remember what it was. I know one of it was I felt they killed off too many characters, but what was the other one?
My other one was that they slow motioned the last part where he was killing Barry. I didn't like that.
I mean, I get what they were
going
to
slow motion now.
shot.
I wanted to see him just full speed.
Yeah, I get what they were going for with that shot. They were trying to make it all like symbolic and whatnot. And here's the thing: most people don't know this, but if you want to know why slow motion is used in movie or anime, here's why. When something goes slow motion, it's intended to emphasize the importance of something. So when you overuse slow motion, it doesn't make it feel as impactful, if that makes sense. So Belco Experiment does use slow motion every once in a while, but it only uses it in like one or two scenes, and those are some of the most like symbolic, meaningful scenes. And I get what they were trying to go for. They were trying to go for something symbolic, meaningful, and they were trying to give that character's death and Michael's actions meaning, to basically show like this is like a very serious, meaningful moment. So I get what they were going for with that. It kind of reminded me of the famous spear throw in 300. It kind of reminded me of that, which is why I have a problem with it. Because 300 uses slow motion to its absolute best.
In my opinion, it didn't give that vibe, at least not to me. To me, it just gave me like at that very part, I was like, no, I want to see him full speed, just all rage, just like that's what I wanted to see. And so to me, as somebody who was like enjoying the whole thing up until that moment, I was like, oh, it's like that moment where you're really immersed in a game, and then like all of a sudden, for a bullshit reason, you die or you lose or whatever. You're just like, bruh. Like it pulls you immediately out of the immersion, and you're just like, fuck, really? You know, Markiplier had an experience with this with his Deadwood playthrough recently. He just died for like the stupidest reason. Right at the end, like right after that, it would have saved. And so like he was at the very end of something and he died. And he was like, what the fuck? And he lost his shit. And that's kind of how I felt with that when they slow mode. I was like, bruh, no, fast. At first I thought it was a mistake and that it was just like a little blip that was like a bad moment in editing. and it would fix itself. But no, it was like a full blown like slow motion scene, and I was like, oh.
Another thing about Belco Experiment is, like we said, it's not all seriousness and gore. It is also a dark comedy because it's also meant to also be like Office Space, and it does have its funny moments. For example, we get a character named Marty who is played by James Gunn's little brother, and he is one of the main devices to deliver the jokes. Now, he's not necessarily the comic relief. He's just a character that just does a lot of funny, ridiculous shit. Like, there's a part of the movie where he speculates that they drugged the water with psychoactives to make them on edge, so they're more likely to kill each other. So he just runs around the office just pouring out water on the floor. And then there's this one guy that's teaming up because he kind of like teams up with the guy. They're like a little duo. And he's like, that's going to get moldy.
Yeah. And then there's one part where later on they run in to this one guy's office. He's writing a letter to like his family or whatever, and they just run in and dump the water. And they're like, "Did you have any?"
Yep.
No. Good. We're doing you a favor. And then they like leave, and he just starts bawling.
Yep, and yeah, so it does have, like, some people try to say that Belco Experiment is tonally inconsistent. I don't think so. See, when I think tonally inconsistent, I think Avengers Endgame. I don't think of Belco Experiment because most of its serious moments and comedy I felt was perfectly juggled. It knew when to get serious and it knew when to get funny.
Yeah. It was very it was executed very well. My last issue is that part 2 isn't out yet.
Yeah, the James Gunn did, because okay, so kind
like
of
the
spoiler, I
ending.
guess, but there is a piece of sequel bait at the end, and James
Yeah.
Gunn did say that he does have an idea for a sequel if this movie did well. I think this movie made its money back, so I think it absolutely can make a sequel, because here's the thing. This was, thank God, directed by Blumhouse, which, by the way, we didn't forget the Blumhouse movie. Belco Experiment was the Blumhouse movie, and Blumhouse
there's another Blumhouse movie that I bought
for throwing small amounts of money at smaller projects. So it's highly unlikely for Belco Experiment to fail because the business strategy of Mr. Jason Blum is fucking brilliant. So I do believe it did make its money back, and I hope James Gunn gives us a sequel because I certainly want more.
But there was a second one that I thought was a thing. At least I think it's a
most of the Blumhouse catalog, and there's no other death game that they are responsible for, as far to my knowledge.
Oh, because I thought Truth or Dare could have been considered a death game.
Fuck, I completely forgot about that fucking retarded movie.
It is
I'll have to think on that one.
But not gonna lie, when I watched it, I was like, for the the next week, I was afraid of the phrase Truth or Dare.
Because there is another movie called Truth or Dare, but it's different. Basically, these people are all brought together to have a dinner, and they're able to partake in a game of Truth or Dare where they get paid to do awful things. Like, the guy gives them something awful to do, they do it, they get paid a certain amount of money. But I don't know if that's a death game either. It's a tad bit tricky because they're not trapped there by any stretch of the imagination. They don't have to kill each other, and they're told they can leave anytime they want. So, yeah, I don't think that one counts either. But, yeah.
No, so I'm talking about the other one by
pretty solid movie. And here's one thing I'll do. In order to settle this debate, I have plans to do this video. Another versus video I'm going to do is Battle Royale versus the Belco Experiment. And I'll take the most objective, analytical look at the Belco Experiment and Battle Royale as I can and truly find out which one is superior. At this point, I still view Belco Experiment as a worthy spiritual successor, but I don't know if I can confidently say it's as good, it's better than Battle Royale. Certainly worthy to be on the same level. I just don't know if it's better.
Oh, and we can agree to disagree on that, but I thoroughly think that Belco is maybe not by far. I'm not going to say that it's like, by a mile stretch better than Battle Royale, but in my opinion, it is a bit better than Battle Royale.
Yep. So, yeah, I think we've spent enough time on the Belco Experiment. I mean, I could keep talking about the Belco Experiment, but let's move on. I guess let's finally talk about the movie infamous for one thing, being accused of being a Battle Royale ripoff, The Hunger Games. And for anyone who's curious, we will only be talking about Catching Fire and the original Hunger Games. We will not be talking about Mockingjay. Mockingjay is not a Death Game movie or novel, so it does not fit the qualifications. It is a simple war movie about rebels trying to take down a fascistic government. So that is it. So we will only be talking about Catching Fire and Hunger Games.
Yeah, and anyone...
If any Hunger Games fans have a problem with it, bite me.
Well, you were good copping, and I was about to do bad cop for you, but you decided to do both, so never mind. But yeah, sorry, but Mockingjay is just not a Death Game. Even I could agree.
Yep, because it's about trying to end the Death Game. I mean, we get teases of a final symbolic Hunger Games, but that never happens because President Coin gets killed. So, yeah. But yeah, so the first Hunger Games. Now, I admit, I love the Hunger Games. I own the novels and the movies, with the exception of Mockingjay, because fuck Mockingjay, I really didn't like it. But here's the thing. While I do enjoy the Hunger Games, I do have my problems with it, and I'll get to them there. But one thing I will say is there is one thing I do like about the Hunger Games. Its sci-fi setting is brilliant for things such as the arenas. Now, I remember that I showed this video, and if you guys want, I'll show it to you, of the many different arenas that happened throughout the history of the Hunger Games. And some of these arenas are downright fucking brilliant. And thanks to its sci-fi setting, it can have all these crazy arenas. You would be surprised some of the arenas that happened in the series. And if you guys want, I can pull up that video and we can quickly watch it to see the many different arenas that existed throughout the Hunger Game history. What do you guys think?
I would love to say yes, but our time limitation makes me have to say no.
Yeah, fair enough. But just know there is a video about it that's really, really great. But yeah, so I do love the sci-fi setting. It's really, really good.
You can link it, though. You could definitely link it into the chat so that people can watch it after.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely link it in the description or something. But yeah, so some of the arenas are really, really interesting. For example, believe it or not, one of the arenas was a toy store, was a toy factory, believe it or not. Another arena, but here's the one I want to focus on the most. The motherfucking clock arena. I'll get into that more with Catching Fire, but holy
that was pretty
shit.
fire.
That clock arena was so fucking creative. I loved it.
Oh yeah. I didn't really like the one we got in the 74th.
Yeah, it was just kind of like
it was pretty bland.
I remember when I was reading the book, and when I saw the movie, my mind was racing with, oh my god, what is this arena gonna be? And it's just kind of like a forced arena. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, you're just like, eh.
Thankfully, Catching Fire fixes that by giving us the brilliant clock arena.
Yeah.
And some of its sci-fi technology is very, very interesting. And there are other aspects of the Hunger Games I like. For example, the Hunger Games is treated like this reality show where there's like a pageant, there's training. It's kind of like a more fucked up version of Survivor, if you think of that. And I really love that aspect of it.
I loved that it was basically Survivor plus lots and lots of death, plus lots and lots of sad, plus like a beauty pageant, plus like riding horses, plus etc. It was pretty cool, IMO.
Hunger Games certainly has its moments, and so does Catching Fire. But one of my biggest problems with the Hunger Games, and I'm going to get this out of the way right now, the fucking rebellion shit. I didn't care about any of that. Whenever there was a scene with rebel crap, I didn't fucking care. I don't fucking care. What pulled me into the series was the Hunger Games. And I'm going to say, if you feel the same way I do, fuck the rebel shit. I want more Hunger Games. I'm going to shill for this YouTube channel. There's this YouTuber that does a series called Tales of the Hunger Games, where he writes what is basically fan fiction for how different Hunger Games played out. And he agrees with me that the Hunger Games is the most intriguing aspect and should be what Suzanne Collins focused on. And he also agrees with me that they should make either a series of prequels or a TV show about the many different Hunger Games. If they made a prequel for every single past Hunger Game, I would be perfectly okay with that. I would have no fucking problem with that. Lionsgate, if you're listening, make that happen. Give us some prequels. Give us the 50th Hunger Games. Give us the 25th Hunger Games. Let us see all these other Hunger Games. Let us see the Hunger Games that the tributes in Catching Fire won. Please, I promise you, you will make so much fucking money and you will make so many fans happy and you'll be able to have so many interesting stories to tell. Please do that. Please, please, please. Or a TV show would also be great. I fucking love the Hunger Games. It's so interesting.
Just don't let Netflix handle it.
Yep. So yeah, so I love the Hunger Games. Some of the action, well, actually, now that I think about it, here's another negative I got to get into with the Hunger Games, especially the first one. The action is not really all that great. Some of it is fine, such as the battle between Clove and Katniss. That's fine. The final showdown with Kato was okay, I guess. But most of, like, for example, the bloodbath is so fucking bad because they do it in fucking shaky cam. I get what the director was going for, but it was such a stupid fucking idea for him to do that. It made the bloodbath sequence not as good as it probably should have been. See, if Belco Experiment or Battle Royale handled this, they would have done something clever, such as implementing slow motion and some kind of classical or tragic music, and showed the kids just slaughtering each other in gruesome, fucked up detail. That's how they would have handled it. But no, because Hunger Games is another problem with Hunger Games, because it's PG-13, it has to be a fucking pussy. So many deaths were changed in the Hunger Games because they were too violent. Meanwhile, you got the Belco Experiment and Hunger Games, which has some gruesome, fucked up gore.
I think you meant Belco and Battle Royale.
Yeah. Hunger Games, like the most fucked up death we get is I guess maybe the Tracker Jacker death. That's about the best we get. Like most of the death scenes are just disappointing.
Not to mention, we also had what was their name? Rue. I mean, while that technically wasn't like brutal, it was still pretty tragic. Like it's one of those scenes where it's like
rather than brutal. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Anyways,
I mean, there's definitely a lot I like about Hunger Games. I definitely like the idea of the Capitol using the Hunger Games as a way to remind people of the war that tore their country to shreds, as well as making it into a reality show to also try to bring the districts and the capital together is a very interesting idea. And I love the idea, and I love that Susan Collins goes balls deep into it with the idea of like sponsors and all that stuff. It's very interesting. It makes you look at some of our media in a completely different light.
Yeah. Oof.
Because in some cases, like NASCAR drivers or athletes, sponsors can mean life or death for them, because sometimes they can only make money through their sponsors. And if they're not talented enough or strong enough, they can be cut from the team, their contract can be cut, or they won't get sponsors, and it's essentially the same as dying for them.
Yeah.
Kind of an interesting little parallel that Suzanne Collins gives us.
Yes. So in general, Hunger Games was pretty good. But there are some pretty solid problems that doesn't make it god tier, in my opinion, like Belco or Battle Royale.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're talking about both the films and the novels here, so don't worry, we're not talking about just the films. We are going to take the novel into account. And yes, in the novel, there was some stuff that if you read the novel, does fix some of the problems in the movie, but only some of the problems.
Yes, in the novels, especially with Hunger Games, it's a lot more interesting, in my opinion. The novels just had a lot more vivid detail. In my opinion, like in the novel, you could feel what she was feeling, not just emotionally, but also like physically. Like you could.
Yeah, we get such an understanding of Katniss because it's told from her perspective. However, this first-person perspective is both a blessing and a crutch that I'll get to in a little bit when I talk about what I think is Hunger Games' biggest flaw. But it's also, but in terms of like character, we get such an understanding of Katniss. It works quite well for being able to understand her character and feel what she feels because we are seeing the story through her eyes.
Yes. Now to touch on Catching Fire, just because we're talking Hunger Games.
Yeah, we're going to talk about both of them kind of back to back, I guess, to help speed it up a little bit.
All right. So Catching Fire, the movie Catching Fire had a opposite bane than the novel did. In Catching Fire, the movie, we see the very first part where she's visiting all the districts. We see that go by way too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the actual game is longer and more in-depth and more entertaining, right? Whereas in the book, Catching Fire, it takes forever to get to the game.
As someone who only came for the Hunger Games, I was a little bit frustrated that it takes us forever to get to the 75th Hunger Games, which I was super hyped.
In the novel, right? And then once you finally, like in the book, once you finally get to the games, it feels rushed. It feels like it took forever, or not forever. It feels like it just wasn't long enough, right?
Even action feels rushed because Suzanne Collins in Hunger Games has some really brilliant setups, especially for some action sequences. For example, the fog, fucking great. That was a clever way to do a chase sequence. I loved it.
Yeah.
The battle against the monkeys, fucking awesome. Just some straight up fucking pure-blooded action.
Yeah.
And seeing Finnick be a badass is always a treat. I much rather prefer badass Finnick who just loves the Hunger Games rather than rebel Finnick, because it's just interesting seeing him be this fucking badass, because you see Finnick hyped up throughout the novels and the movies, like, oh, he's so badass, he's so dangerous. And then in the games, they aren't fucking around. Finnick is really fucking deadly. He's able to take down these mutations like they're fucking nothing.
Yeah.
They're little more than trash to Finnick.
Oh yeah. And then you know, but the novels still, like the novel, it felt rushed. It felt like it wasn't enough, right? In the Catching Fire novel. And then it's the complete opposite in the movie. And it
be like the
was
rebel
just
plan
upsetting.
and everything. So if the games are so important, why do they feel so glossed over? Like, yeah, we get some good bits in the games, but I felt like there should have been more. Personally, I think it would have been more interesting if the rebel plan failed. I think that would have been more interesting if the rebel plan failed, it backfired, and they were forced to kill each other and figure out who's worth sacrificing for the sake of the rebellion, while also acknowledging the fact that Snow will not let Katniss out of that arena alive. And Katniss knows this. Katniss believes the only way the rebellion can survive is through Peeta, which is why she's so dead set on him living. I think that would have been super interesting if Katniss died trying to blow up the arena while the rest of the tributes fight amongst each other. And I remember we and the professor spoke about this, and Peeta sees that Katniss has died, and Peeta just absolutely snaps, just goes fucking ballistic, and just becomes an
everyone and everything in sight
to whoever is left alive. I think that would have been, I think it would have been very, very tragic. And it also would have turned Katniss into a sort of martyr as well, which would have been more interesting than, oh, don't worry, we rescued you, Katniss, we rescued you, fuck you.
Yeah. See, the thing is, they could have still, like,
yeah, you could have the rebel plan fail, but still have your stupid rebellion set up for Mockingjay. Just have Peeta be the one to survive the 75th Hunger Games and somehow make it back to District 13, and then he becomes the one to, like, Katniss sparks the revolution and Peeta leads it.
Yeah, which actually would have made them both the Mockingjay, which is kind of what was being hinted at throughout the series.
President Coin admits you should have saved the boy when President Coin realized how frustrating Katniss is to work with.
Yeah. Which, at the end of the day, like, legitimately, having them both in a way be the Mockingjay would have been way better, anyways.
Mm-hmm. And it would have given a sort of tragic fate to Katniss,
which actually would have been even cooler to see the events of Mockingjay through Peeta's eyes, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. A series that did something like this.
And Katniss dying would be the perfect motivator for Peeta to want to, because at that point Peeta would no longer have anything to lose, so he would be the perfect weapon against the Capitol.
Yeah, exactly. Like, all of it fits way more perfectly than what Suzanne did, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we could have gotten some more action. We could have gotten a fight sequence between Peeta and Finnick. Maybe Finnick gets up and he's trying to calm Peeta down, but at this point he doesn't fucking care. And he said he's going to make whoever is responsible pay. And, like, we get a battle between Finnick and Peeta, and maybe Inabaria gets involved because she was also in the area. And at this point, Inabaria, even though she's confident in her abilities as a career tribute, even she's terrified by what Peeta has turned into.
Yeah. Because
just absolutely either brutalizing Inabaria or just absolutely killing her. And even Snow is somewhat intimidated by what he's seeing Peeta do. And even Snow's realizing, perhaps I should have focused on Peeta and not Katniss, because now Snow would think, what the fuck have I done?
Yeah. Like, oh shit. That was stupid, right? I should not have killed that boy's girlfriend because now I'm fucked.
Yep. I mean, again, I always say I love Catching Fire all the way up till the ending. Once they get rescued from the arena, I honestly do this. I clock out, and in my headcanon, Katniss died when she tried to blow up the force field, and the games continued, and we just don't know who won because Katniss died. That's my headcanon. She didn't make it out of the arena. She just died.
Seems legit.
Definitely better than what we would have gotten, because I'm sorry, I'm sure Mockingjay is probably a fine novel. I just didn't give a shit about what went down in Mockingjay.
Yeah. So honestly, Hunger Games definitely, like I said, it's not God tier. It can't stand next to Belco, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also here's the biggest flaw I want to get into with the Hunger Games. And while this is somewhat remedied in the movies, not by much. The first-person perspective is really frustrating because I've spoken about this before. Due to the fact that we only see things from Katniss's perspective, we don't get much of a glimpse as to what's going on with the game makers, the other tributes, or even President Snow. We only have Katniss's speculation and what we can see, and it's frustrating. This is somewhat remedied in the movies, but not by much, because the movies hardly show us anything. For example, most of the deaths of the tributes happen off screen, and this is a really bad offender in Catching Fire. In Catching Fire, we don't even see the bloodbath play out. We only see it from her perspective. There's people dying all over the fucking place. We're hearing cannons, but we're not seeing what the fuck is happening. We're not even seeing what's going on with our main villains in Abaria, Kashmir, Brutus, Gloss. Like, at least show, like, have a sense of danger by showing Brutus, Inabaria, Kashmir, and Gloss absolutely fucking people up. And as they're trying to rescue PETA from the water, Brutus, Inabaria, Kashmir, and Gloss are getting ever closer to killing them. Add a sense of danger, or no, just don't even cut to them at all. Like what the fuck? It's not as if these fuckers are your fucking villains.
Yeah.
It's infuriating it's like this. Imagine, I know I said this when we were watching Battle Royale. I said this to my sis as well. Imagine if in Battle Royale we didn't see what happened with Kiriyama, our main villain, and Mitsuko. Imagine if all that shit happened off screen and we only saw things from the perspective of Nanihara. How fucking frustrating would that be?
Ugh.
And this is a huge problem.
You would have no idea what was happening, honestly.
Yeah, you would barely have a glimpse of what's happening, and you don't get much of an... Because sure, we get a good understanding of what's going on with Katniss and maybe PETA, but we don't get a good understanding of what's going on with the other characters. Most importantly, our main fucking villains. And while Kato and Clove and... Well, the careers are decent antagonists, but they're mostly wasted. Kato does not hold a candle to Kiriyama at all. And while Clove is a worthy Mitsuko ripoff, that's about all she is. And her death scene that was handled very well and that humanized Kato is taken out of the movie. For what reason? I cannot possibly imagine. Yeah. So again, most of the deaths, and again, in Catching Fire, it's so frustrating that we don't see what's going on with our tributes. We don't see what's going on with the careers. We don't see what's going on with fucking Chaff or the other ones that aren't in groups. It's fucking infuriating. For example, why at no point did we not cut to the part where Joanna is with Beatty, Wirus, and Blight, and they're running through the blood rain, and Blight dies? Why don't we fucking see that? That would have been a great sequence. But nope. And it's the same way in the book. In the book, the event is described to us. That's about it. the movie had the great opportunity to show this to us.
Yeah.
But no, just fuck. And again, while I like some of the action, I think the Catching Fire has better action sequences. The problem is they feel far more rushed. Now, the fight sequence with the mutts was fun. The scene with the fog was also pretty fun. But the battle against the careers was fucked. You had this great setup. Both groups are set up at the cornucopia. They're regathering supplies. They're trying to understand the clock arena. The careers have snuck up on them. They don't know what's going on. And then the fight ends in a matter of moments. I think in the movie, the fight barely even lasts a minute long. Gloss kills Wirus and is immediately killed by Katniss. And then Kashmir is immediately killed by Joanna. And then we get a little bit of a scuffle between Brutus and Finnick. And Abaria gets a hit on Finnick. They run away. And then Plutarch starts fucking with the cornucopia. And then the fight ends. The fuck? Again, need I repeat myself? These are your main villains. And you hype them up. Haymitch hypes them up. Oh, they're so dangerous. And then they do approximately fuck all. While we can speculate they killed most of the people in the bloodbath, that's merely speculation. We could speculate maybe they killed some of the tributes. Most of the tributes, like most of our main tributes, die from the fucking arena, which I have no problem with. But again, that was basically one of your big battles, and you just completely wasted. Again, all because it has to make way for this stupid fucking rebel shit. And again, I don't fucking care.
Anyways.
So yeah,
I think we can agree that Hunger Games and Catching Fire are both A's.
Honestly, I mean, I guess so. I'm tempted to put the first one as a B and Catching Fire as an A, but then again, I have to remind myself, some of the problems with the movies do get canceled out by the novel, and some of the problems with the novels do get canceled out by the movies, so it's very tricky.
Yeah.
I guess I was both as A's, but they're not S's by any stretch of the imagination, because they certainly have their flaws. If it just focused on the Hunger Games, it could have been so much more.
Yeah. So we should talk about Belco next, because I need to be in bed.
Did you just forget that we already did?
10, huh?
Did you just forget that we did?
I said, or not Belco. I meant Battle Royale. Sorry. Because I need to be in bed in 10 minutes.
Which I don't think you're really all that familiar with anyway.
Yeah, I'm not.
And Battle Royale, the main event. Battle Royale is, no exaggeration, it is contender for quite possibly the best movie ever made. It is an absolute cult classic masterpiece, and definitely probably the greatest film to ever come out of Japan. It is amazing. It has very little flaws that I can actually think of. It is great. It is brilliant. The characters are all great. We get a good protagonist. We get an amazing antagonist in Kiriyama. The social commentary in Battle Royale blows Hunger Games out of the water.
Yeah.
Long shot. And also, Battle Royale is far more subtle with its social commentary, whereas Hunger Games is about as subtle as a fucking sledgehammer to the head with its social commentary.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing about Battle Royale that I didn't like was kind of the opposite of what you said about Belco. In Belco, you said that there was too much head explosion. Well, in this, we only saw that happen once, and it made me upset.
Well, we
I
did,
wanted to
we
see
did get a,
at
I think
least
we
a
got
couple more.
of well, we did get a couple necklace explosions because remember how I'm trying to keep it mostly spoiler free, but spoilers in case you want to see these, you might want to maybe mute this temporarily. But remember what Kawada did to Kiriyama in the final battle?
Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, I think that's nice because we get more variety in the death scenes. And I think that's something Belco Experiment needed a little bit more of. There is a little bit of a variety in the death sequences, but most of it is either gunshots or head explosions. In Battle Royale, we get all kinds of death sequences, ranging from death by gun, death by getting your throat slit, hangings, suicides, genital mutilation. We get a great variety of death sequences.
Yeah. But
and I say variety is the spice of life. And Battle Royale also has its own sense of humor that is really effective at times. For example, one of our main protagonists, Kawada, there's a running gag with him that he's good at all these things. And every time the main character asks, how do you know how to do this? Or they say, you know how to cook or you know how to heal? And he says, of course, my father is X. And it's kind of a running gag throughout the movie that is kind of a little bit fun. Because it kind of gives us a humorous explanation for why Kawada is good at all these things.
Yeah.
Because Kawada is the badass of Battle Royale. And unlike the badass character, the lolly in Dokomushi, Kawada is not wasted. He is utilized to his full potential. He's very dangerous, a very good fighter, highly intelligent, taking weapons and supplies wherever he can, setting up traps and alarms, and just being an absolute badass and being skilled at different things, from being able to treat injuries, cooking to keep him and the other two main protagonists alive. And he's just a straight up fucking badass and a true threat to Kiriyama. Because Kiriyama is basically this unstoppable killing machine throughout the game, and you think there's truly no one that can stop him, but Kawada proves to be his match, and Kiriyama truly struggles to take Kawada out. And it ends up being quite the battle and struggle, as both of these two are basically just unstoppable killing machines.
Can we for a second acknowledge, though, that I'm not saying I wanted a ton more necklace deaths. Like, I'm just saying, like, a few would, like, maybe 2 or 3 more thrown in there wouldn't have really made that big of a difference, and honestly would have almost felt like even more of a variety. We only saw like the one in the very beginning, and that was basically it.
Yeah, admittedly, here's what I will say though. If you want more head explosion deaths, the sequel has you covered, as at least a good half of the main cast are killed by those necklaces.
Oh, okay. Well, then it kind of balances out.
Rule that they introduced in the sequel.
It kind of balances out then, which, okay.
Yeah, I think the Battle Royale, I'm not a big fan of it because it falls into the same trappings that Hunger Games fell into. But if you are interested, there is a sequel and a new game, and a new twist is that basically in the sequel, instead of killing each other, they're sent on a mission to kill Nanihara, who is leading a resistance against the government to stop the Battle Royale Act. And there's a new rule where they're set up as a duo. If one person dies, your teammate is immediately killed by the necklace.
Oh.
That's why, like I said, at least a good half of them is killed by those necklaces.
Nice. Okay.
But there's so much great about Battle Royale. And everything that's great about Battle Royale is the soundtrack. Battle Royale truly has the best soundtrack of any death game media out there. The only one that comes close to it is Belco Experiment, but that's because Belco Experiment mimicked what Battle Royale did. Battle Royale has its own amazing soundtrack, but also uses a combination of very well-known classical music, and it works really, really well. And there's a lot of great melodies and downright beautiful themes that help make Battle Royale more than just a death game, more than just a violent, fucked up movie. It truly makes it artistic, but in a good way. It truly feels like an art house film at times, especially when some of those soundtracks get going.
Yep. So we can easily call it an S.
Every character is memorable or interesting in some way, such as fan favorite Chigusa, who, even though she isn't in the story for very long, she's a very memorable character and is a fan favorite. And her backstory is accompanied by one of the most beautiful melodies throughout the entire film. And she gets possibly one of the best death scenes in the entire game. Her death scene is certainly the most tragic. And it's certainly very effective. Her death scene is basically comparable to Rue's death scene. And it's no coincidence that both Chigusa and Rue are fan favorite characters by the fan base.
Yep.
But again, another thing that Battle Royale has in spades is, again, it has Kiriyama as a main antagonist and Mitsuko as a secondary antagonist, but Kiriyama is truly a great antagonist. And what's great about Kiriyama is he never speaks. Throughout the entire movie, he does not speak one word, but he just has so much charisma, and you get so much about his character just by his body language. And I think it's impressive because mute characters are truly hard to do. WWE superstars could really take lessons from this actor who plays Kiriyama, because you get an understanding of Kiriyama as a character by just the way he acts. And you can tell throughout the game he volunteered for it, and you quickly find out why he volunteered for it. He did it simply for the thrill. And he just wanted to go on a killing spree. Either he's a psychopath or he just did it for the thrill of it. And you can tell throughout the game, he's just having the time of his life. Even when he's going up against our secondary antagonist and she temporarily gets the upper hand on him, he's not threatened at all. He's just simply smiling at her, which shows that he's just enjoying it. And it actually somewhat frightens Mitsuko that this guy, that she can't seem to kill him no matter how hard she tries. He's just truly an unstoppable killing machine. And interesting enough, in the manga, he's referred to as Kiriyama the Invincible. And it seems, and they do a good job building him up, because it seems like no matter how hard they try, they can't kill Kiriyama. They try shooting him, they try blowing him up, they try tasering him, they try killing him with a sickle. Nothing seems to be able to work up until the final showdown, when they're finally able to take him down. But even then, they truly make him just this unstoppable force, which is what Kato should have been in the Hunger Games. And Kato doesn't hold a candle to Kiriyama as an antagonist.
Yeah.
The careers in Catching Fire could have possibly been a worthy successor to Kiriyama, but due to the fact that we barely even focus on them in both the novel and the books, it's just whatever. For Christ's sake, one of the career members is killed off screen which is just fucking infuriating.
Yep. Well,
So much
I
great
think it's
about
time.
Royale. The gore and the action is top notch. This movie has balls that Hunger Games lacked. Like I said, ton of just fucked up, gruesome deaths. It gets into Quentin Tarantino levels at times.
Anyways, like I said, we can easily call it an S tier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Battle Royale set the standard. The reason why I have such a high standard for death game media is because Battle Royale set the standard. And the fact that a lot of these pieces of shit down here cannot even come close to licking the boots of Battle Royale is nothing short of offensive, because you have a brilliant concept, and whenever someone fucks it up, it just pisses me off to no end.
And with that, I have participated to my fullest. I have to go to bed. Thank you for having me on the stream. And yeah, if you guys like this content or pretty much any other content, feel free to follow me on Twitch. I believe I left my Twitch in the description, in the chat.
You can also leave your link in the comment section, and I'll put a hold on it.
I will do that again as well. Thank you guys for having me and listening to my feedback, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Good night.
And now we're in the home stretch. All that's left is the Fate series. Now, I have here Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, and Fate Apocrypha. Now, I want to make this perfectly clear. Okay, so I want to make this perfectly clear. Fate Khaled does not count, as it's not a death game. So if you're wondering where Fate Khaled is, 1, it's a piece of shit, and 2, it does not count. And if you're wondering where Fate Strange Fake is, I haven't seen it. I have plans to read the manga, and I'm excited for the anime adaptation that's coming out. But until then, I don't feel I can confidently speak on it. And someone I wanted to have as a guest that would have been able to speak on it couldn't do so because he was busy with schoolwork. So I do not have Fate Strange Fake on here, but I'll try to have it on here if I ever do this again in the future. But I'm just going to focus on these 3: Apocrypha, Zero, and Stay Night. Anything else, I'm not going to bother with the exception of Fate Strange Fake, which would be on here if I had read it. So let's start with what many people consider to be the weakest in the series. Well, not counting Fate Khaled, because that piece of shit shouldn't exist. But we have Fate Apocrypha. Now, this one has a reputation as being very bad. I don't think that Apocrypha is very bad. I just think it's not as good as Fate Zero or Fate Stay Night. Because Fate Apocrypha does have its moments, and it does have some good stuff. It does give us some great characters. It gives us Astolfo, which that alone puts it in A-tier territory, because Astolfo is a fucking blessing. Such a great character. But it does do its best at still having the feel of the original Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero. Is it as good as Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero? No, not really. And there is some asinine things in it, such as the dog shit romance between Sieg and Janny that nobody cared about, fucking over Astolfo, and the ending, which basically rips off the ending to one of the routes in Fate Stay Night, which pissed off a lot of Fate Stay Night fans. I've met many Fate Stay Night fans because I'm a part of the Fate community, and there are so many people that admit they were pissed off. But there are some things that are really great about it. For example, Jack the Ripper, even though it's weird, even though it's kind of a little bit stupid that they made Jack the Ripper a lolly, she is a worthy antagonist, all things considered, and she's a worthy antagonist throughout the first half of the story, and whenever she was on screen, it was a lot of fun. So I don't really think that Fate Apocrypha is bad by any stretch of the imagination. I certainly enjoy Fate Apocrypha. See, when I think of bad Fate adaptations, I think of Fate Khaled, which is just absolute trash. It just spits in the face of everything great about Fate and takes fan favorite characters like Elia and Rin and just rapes them, just absolutely assassinates their characters. And I just think that's inexcusable. Now, sure, the soundtrack isn't as good as the soundtracks in Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night because they were not able to get Yuki Kadra back for whatever reason. But there is some really good action, some great characters, and there is some pretty dark moments in it that are worth it, such as the backstory and noble phantasm of Jack the Ripper, which is really good. So there is some good stuff here. I think it's a little bit unfair of Apocrypha to consider it one of the worst, because I don't think it's fair to say that Fate Apocrypha is as bad as something like Fate Khaled. Because Fate Khaled is something that completely misses the point of Fate and only leeches off of the name. So yeah, while I have my problems with Fate Apocrypha, the action, the story for the most part, the characters, it's all great. And again, it gave us the Queen of Traps. How can you go wrong? But similar to Hunger Games, it does have its problems, and I fully acknowledge the problems with Fate Apocrypha, and I'm not going to say I'm blind to these problems. And you will never hear me say that Apocrypha is as good as Fate Zero or Fate Stay Night. It's not. But it does try its best, and for something that wasn't written by Nasu, it does do a pretty fair job, all things considered. And next, we have the Fate series. Now, not the Fate series, Fate Stay Night. Now, Fate Stay Night is broken up into 3 different routes, which is why I have them all as one, because they are all one story, but broken up into different branching paths. So it's kind of like a choose your own adventure thing. So if you didn't like how one story played out, there is another. So I have them all as one. But we have Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Stay Night, and Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, which the final film to complete the trilogy of the story of Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel is coming soon, and I'm very excited for it. Now, while one could argue which of these routes is the best, I think it would mostly be splitting hairs because all 3 of them are good in their own way, and each of them tells a different story. For example, Fate Stay Night, the Saber route, as I refer to it as, is mostly focused on a love story between Saber and our main character Shiro. And if you're into romance, it does a pretty good job. It's not really all that cheesy. It's written pretty well. And we do get a pretty tragic ending for our couple that I won't get into detail about, but it's pretty well written. The man Nasu knows his stuff. He is an absolute brilliant writer. Anything Nasu touches turns to fucking gold. He is truly one of the great writers of any generation. So anything written by him is going to be good. So it's not really a matter of any of these really being bad because they're all good in their own way. And it's actually hard to find flaws for these. Like the only flaw I can really think of right off the top of my head with Fate Stay Night is our main character, Shiro. Now, he gets a bad reputation for just being a goody two-shoes and a dumbass, but that's mostly due to the anime poorly representing his character, and my good friend Samaka has actually defended Shiro very well. And he thinks if you hate Shiro, you must not have read the novel, because in the novel, he is a far more interesting character. He is a character that suffers from survivor's guilt because of an event that happens in the prequel, Fate Zero, which tells us the events that happened before Fate Stay Night. And he has survivor's guilt, and he values other people's lives above his own. He believes himself to be useless. He doesn't believe himself to be worthy of life. He thinks that others are more deserving to live than him. So much so that he will straight up kill himself just to save another life. Because it's not that he's a moron or anything like that. It's that he has a complicated sense of survivor's guilt that leads him to believe that he is not worthy of life. And I think it makes him a very interesting character. And in Fate Stay Night, we get a very interesting subplot where Fate Stay Night focuses more on Shiro and Archer, and we find out that Archer has come back into the games as he has somewhat time traveled to be able to resurrect at a certain point of the games from the future. So that way he can basically kill himself because he hates what he has become, and he believes that Shiro's sense of being a hero is heavily misguided and only led to his life as a heroic spirit being hell, and he desires to kill himself for it, which is very interesting. And it adds certain layers to his character. And admittedly, the anime handles this somewhat well, but there are parts where admittedly they do make Shiro look like a bit of a dumbass, such as his most famous line, "People die when they are killed," which is one of the most infamously used lines to show that Shiro is in fact a dumbass. But again, this is all great. And of course, it goes without saying, the action in Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero, especially in the anime, is top notch. The anime takes the action sequences from these novels and animates them with top notch, high quality animation, and it is fucking gorgeous. Like, it is animation that Death Battle wishes they had. Every action sequence is fast paced, but uses slow motion at appropriate points to show off not only just the significance of certain blows, but to also be able to show just how fast some characters are moving. Because there are some action scenes that are so fast paced that, similar to Bleach, it has to use slow motion to be able to show us certain things that happen in the fight, and it's used very, very well. In fact, Saber versus Heracles is one of the greatest action sequences in anime history. Not only that, but Lancelot versus Gilgamesh is also one of the best action sequences in anime history. And Nasu is always very creative when it comes to his action sequences. It's not just magic. It's not just sword clashing. He gives us some truly unique action sequences, such as a dogfight between Lancelot and Gilgamesh, which is really, really fun to watch. So the action is top notch. The action by far is better than anything in even Belco Experiment or Battle Royale. It has truly the best action of not only anime, it has some of the best action sequences, but it also has the best action of any death game we have seen thus far. Like, if you think the action in Future Diary is good, then I dare you to watch Fate Zero or Fate Stay Night and then unironically try to say that. So in regards to Fate Stay Night, I would give it a high S. There is a lot of great stuff in it, and it is very dark, gruesome, and mature, just like Belco Experiment and just like Battle Royale. And the soundtrack by Yuki Kadra is fucking incredible. Yuki Kadra is a fucking goddess when it comes to music. She truly gives the Fate series an unforgettable soundtrack. And I cannot praise enough. I could go on and on and on with the Fate series. There is so much great about it. The symbolism, the colors, the animation, the characters, it's all great. Even characters I don't like Rin Tosaka, who I find to be another annoying, bitchy tsundere, she is still a very interesting character. Everyone is interesting in their own way. Even the very hateable Shinji, while he is a very hateable character, he's still an interesting character. Nobody in Fate really feels worthless. No character ever feels useless or underwritten. And the antagonists are incredible. Gilgamesh is an incredible antagonist, as is Kirei, who easily blows any of the antagonists in Fate Apocrypha out of the water. In fact, Kotomine just feels like a pathetic ripoff of Kirei. But there's not very many flaws I can really think of. And also, Fate Stay Night is one of the only anime to ever make me cry. There is a death scene in Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. I will not spoil it, but it genuinely brought me to tears. It is one of the hardest to watch scenes. It is genuinely heart-wrenching. It truly tears your heart out. But also, Fate Stay Night also gives us one of what I consider to be the best interpretation of Heracles possible. Heracles in Fate Stay Night is easily the best interpretation of the Greek myth that we have seen thus far. If you think Heracles in the Disney movie was good, then I encourage you to watch Fate Stay Night and try to tell me you thought that was a good interpretation of Heracles. Heracles, similar to Kiriyama, he never speaks one word. Yet we get so much from his character with just his body language. And it's really great stuff. The only thing I can really think of in Fate Stay Night or the Fate series in general that kind of bugs me, Nasu does have a bit of a fetish for taking famous historical figures and gender bending them. I don't know why he does this, but he does this a lot. He turns King Arthur into a woman. For what reason, I do not fucking know. And he does this with various other historical figures, and it is a tad bit awkward. And some of the writing in Saber's backstory does get a tad bit ridiculous. Such as when we find out that Merlin used his magic to give Saber a dick so she can impregnate her queen to be able to give birth to an heir. It does get a tad bit ridiculous. However, outside of that, it's difficult for me to think of any flaws. The only other flaw I could think of in regards to Fate Stay Night is the very first adaptation of Fate Stay Night of the Saber route was made in the early 2000s, and some of that early 2000s animation hasn't aged all that well. Well, I shouldn't say it's bad. It's not bad animation. It's just that it's that kind of old school early 2000s animation. And when you compare it to the animation of the more modern adaptations, such as Fate Stay Night or Unlimited Blade Works or Heaven's Feel, it just doesn't compare to the animation. And it's not really the animation's fault because it was made in the early 2000s. I mean, there was only so much you could do with early 2000s animation back then. Some of the best animation in the early 2000s, while is really good, does have a hard time stacking up to the animation in Fate, especially Fate Zero, which is easily the best in the series. Fate Zero is fucking brilliant. It is an example of modern Greek tragedy. That's right. Fate Zero is a Greek tragedy, and it is brilliant in how well it is written. I cannot praise Fate Zero enough. Everything in Fate Zero, without any exaggeration, is perfect. The characters are brilliantly written, very rich with great development and lore. The action is superb. You are spoiled rotten if you ask for any better action, because you cannot ask for any better action than what Fate Zero gives us. Fate Zero could not give you any better action sequences if it tried. The action sequences are not only amazing, like I said, fast-paced, creative, a lot of variety, but some of them have a sense of beauty to them in certain points with how the animation is. And Fate Zero also gives us one of the best emotional moments of any character. All I will say is the battle between Lancelot and Saber is one of the greatest, most tragic battles in anime history. It is a truly incredible fight. Sure, it may not be as grand in scale as certain fights that you would see, but it is very much comparable to fights like God damn it, I lost my train of thought. God damn it. So it is very comparable to that of Obi-Wan versus Anakin. One of the most emotional, well choreographed, fast-paced, tragic, cinematic fight sequences in film history. It is truly incredible. I cannot stress enough how well written it is. And again, the sense of tragedy and darkness within Fate Zero is nothing short of incredible. And needless to say, the idea of the Fate series is also brilliant, possibly the most unique thus far. See, in Fate, the death game is known as the Holy Grail War. And the Holy Grail War, every 30 years, 7 servants, sometimes even more than that, are summoned by powerful mages. And they fight each other to the death for the opportunity to fight for the Holy Grail, which will grant them any wish they desire. And the idea of bringing back famous historical figures and mythological figures and having them all fight is truly amazing. It truly feels like Deadliest Warrior meets Battle Royale. It is truly that good. I cannot stress that enough. Again, the Fate series is what Death Battle wishes they could be. To be able to take all these famous, well-known characters and have them have epic, meaningful, story-driven battles. It is truly a sight to behold. To be able to see all these characters, such as seeing Heracles battle against King Arthur, watching Jeanne d'Arc battle against Spartacus, or Mordred, the son of the child of Arthur, fight against Astolfo. It is truly great stuff. And when combined with the incredible animation and fight sequences, it is nothing short of masterful. And once again, similar to Battle Royale, Fate Zero holds nothing back. Fate Zero is not afraid to shy away from things such as child murder, torture, even rape. But it handles these subjects in a very mature way, and it adds to a character. For example, in Fate Zero, possibly my favorite character in Fate Zero, with the exception of Lancelot, Karya. He enters the Holy Grail War to save a member of his family who is being tortured and consistently raped by parasitic worms known as crest worms by a psychotic motherfucker named Zokin, and he wants to save her. So he essentially not only joins the war, but uses these same parasitic worms to be able to fight in the war. And he even loses his mind. He loses everything and sacrifices everything, all to save someone that he loves. And the sense of tragedy is truly great, and you truly feel for the character. He is one of the few characters that joins the war for personal and moral reasons. He doesn't care about the Grail. He doesn't care about getting his wish. He simply wants to save someone that he loves, that is going through unspeakable torture. And you truly root and feel for Karya. And as his sanity slowly slips, it truly breaks your heart, because you have to ask yourself, can Karya truly win this war? And it is basically set up and straight up said in the beginning of the war, Karya, you are going to lose this war. You cannot win. Even though Karya is given one of the strongest servants at his disposal, he is straight up told, you cannot win. And though he tries to fight against this inevitable fate, it truly adds to the sense of tragedy that Karya is fighting an unwinnable battle. And it's really great. And the final climactic event is truly heartbreaking. The way in which we see these characters get torn down is great. When we see Saber finally break down, it is a truly unforgettable moment that hits you emotionally. And she is not the only one that gets broken down. Karya, Saber, our other main character, Kiritsugu, they are all breaking down. While our main antagonist goes from being a moral priest to a sadistic nightmare. And we see his corruption by Gilgamesh, which is handled in such an intellectual way. So Kirei is a very interesting antagonist because he's more than a psychopath that enjoys torture. There is a sort of intellectual kind of understanding of why he enjoys what he does. And it truly makes him a frightening antagonist. There is a sense that, similar to Kiriyama from Battle Royale, he truly enjoys what he does. And watching Kirei torment certain characters and take pride in their pain and suffering is truly a sight to behold. And it makes him not only a memorable antagonist, but a very fucked up, but still rich antagonist. Again, the stuff that we see in Fate Zero is what things like Dokomushi and Future Diary wishes it could have. Fucked up scenes that truly actually mean something. Fucked up characters that are truly fucked up, but are intriguing and richly written. And even Dokomushi, it fails in the way in which it tears down its characters. See, one of the most intriguing aspects of the death game is watching how these games tear down sometimes perfectly normal people and turn them into sometimes unspeakable monsters, making them capable of things they never thought possible. The best death game media truly understands this and breaks down their characters. And we get that in spades in the Fate series. Almost every main character gets torn down and turned into something that they never thought that they could ever be. Especially in Battle Royale, Belco Experiment, Hunger Games, etc. It handles really great things and does tackle things such as PTSD, survivor's guilt, and many other things in a mature way, in a cultured way. The writer, Nasu, truly does his research, and he truly understands the lore of these characters. He does not take these characters and misrepresent them in a way that someone like Death Battle would do. And it's amazing to see. And I would definitely give Fate Zero a high S. Fate Zero could possibly be the best piece of death game media ever made. And while this is certainly not the full list, there are some that I am missing. And if there are any that I am missing, please let me know in the comments, and I will gladly check them out. And if you are a Patreon supporter, you can even watch some of these with me, rather they be a movie or an anime on movie night. I would enjoy being able to do that with my fans. So, what do you think of my scale? Do you agree with how I have ranked all of these pieces of death game media? Or do you think that some of these should have been higher or lower? And as for Fatal 12, I do not know what to do with it, but like I said, if I can ever get my hands on it, it's on my Steam wish list. If I ever buy it or someone gifts it to me on Steam, I promise I will play it, I will review it, and then I will redo this list with also the other missing contenders, such as Fate Strange Fake and Gamer, which I completely spaced about and should have been on here. But if you're curious to know, Gamer obviously would have been an F. But I hope you enjoyed this episode, and I am still working on a name for my podcast. I'm going to get some names, and like I promised, I am going to set up a poll. I've been so busy with work, I haven't been able to get around to it, but I promise I will have that poll soon. I'm just working on different names. If you have any suggestions of names you want for the podcast, please let me know in the comments, and I will consider them, and they may possibly make it into the poll. But let me know what you think. Did you enjoy this episode? And would you like me to do more of these in the future? Let me know what you think, and I will see you guys around next time. Sadly, I will be working next few days, but I'm going to try to get more videos out. I have plans to tackle more older death battles, since Rooster Teeth is hell-bent on choking me out to the best of its ability. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking you guys back to the past, and we're going to see how old Death Battle holds up compared to new Death Battle. So don't worry, those reviews will be coming. I promise you. I'm trying to get these videos done to the best of my ability, but like I said, work is work, and I have to do what I need to do to be able to make money and not get in trouble with my work. But I still want to make sure I give you guys good quality content, because it's what you guys deserve. And if you ever want me to do a tier scale ever again, please let me know. I remember I spoke about possibly doing one of these, but for trap characters. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And as I said, don't worry, I have not forgotten about the top 10 best trap characters. That is still in the works. I'm still working on the rankings and the script. So don't worry. That 1,000 subscriber special will be coming. I promise. Just be patient with me. I will get it done though. But if you guys want, as a way to hold you over, if you want this same thing but with trap characters, let me know. I would love to do that. But like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed this podcast episode. I know I did. I've been dying to talk about this subject for a long time. I love death game media. I love it to death, and I definitely want to do more videos, such as Battle Royale versus Belco Experiment, or Hunger Games versus whatever. I definitely want to do that. And I do have plans on starting on another versus series, like I said, where I will take a TV show, movie character, and have them go against each other. And one of the episodes on my list is going to be Belco Experiment versus Battle Royale. So look out for that. And I'm also working on a video essay, so I'm trying to get that done as well. So I'm trying to get a lot done behind the scenes. But again, I enjoyed this podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed this podcast. I'm sorry I can't stream like this more often. I can only stream like this on my days off. But like I said, if this nightly stream schedule does work, I might be able to do streams more often because I'll be able to stream after work as opposed to before work like I did last time. I'm trying to find a way to be able to work my YouTube schedule around my work schedule. And I'm working on trying to figure that out. But again, please give me your thoughts on what you thought of this tier scale. And if you want, I will leave a link in this where if you want to scale it yourself and send it to me on Discord or something, please feel free to do so. I will leave this as a link in the description, and I would love to see how you would rank all of these death games. And if you're interested in hearing more about the anime I mentioned I'm working on, about the death game I want to do, please feel free to let me know. If you want to hear like more videos about it or a live stream about it, let me know. I've been working on more concept art. In fact, just today, sorry about that. I was reading something in the chat. So just today, I finished another piece of concept art that I can't wait to show you guys. So like I said, expect a ton of concept art. And like I said, the more intrigue you guys show in it, the more videos I'll make about it. Because I won't lie, I've been thinking about possibly being serious about putting myself out there and starting like a Kickstarter or Indiegogo to see how interested people would be in the anime and possibly making it a reality. I would love to make the death game of my dreams. And depending on how much you guys are willing to support me, it could possibly become a reality. Because, as you know, I am nothing without my fans and subscribers. Without you guys, I'm nothing. And that is why I respect you guys so much and why you all mean so much to me and why I care about giving you nothing but the best content I possibly can. So yeah, with that out of the way, I know that's all a lot to take in. I'm just trying to update you guys to the best of my ability as to what's going on behind the scenes. I don't want you thinking I'm getting lazy with my videos because I know I've been doing a lot more AMVs lately. Don't worry, I'm not getting lazy. I'm just uploading that to kind of hold you guys over while I get through my work schedule. And I try to use my days off to work on bigger videos, such as the Death Battle reviews. But again, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I think I will stop the podcast here. Unless there's any questions you guys have for me, then I'll stop it right here. But I'll take a look at the chat and see if there's anything you guys have for me that you might be curious about. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I should have addressed this a lot sooner. So, here's the thing. This is a very, very ignorant statement. This is a very common misconception. Fate Stay Night is not porn. See, it is constantly mislabeled as porn because The original visual novel is technically described as an arrow gorge, which, if you're familiar with that, you know basically means pornography. But you see, here's the thing. Fate Stay Night is not a porn game. It is a visual novel that just happens to have sex scenes in it. Yes, there are sex scenes within Fate Stay Night, but they are not the main focus. Most of the focus is the characters, the lore, the storytelling. That's the main focus. So if you ever hear anyone say that Fate Stay Night is porn, tell them to shut the fuck up, and they clearly have no idea what they are talking about. Because that is absolutely not what Fate Stay Night is at all. And any Fate fan will tell you that that is a load of fucking horseshit. And that's another reason why Fate Khaled is such a terrible Fate adaptation. Because it gives in to the shallow, arrow gorge, softcore porn nature. I mean, not nature, but softcore porn misconception that people think Fate Stay Night is. See, when people watch something like Fate Khaled, they think that's what Fate Stay Night is, but it's not. And the best way to understand that is to watch the anime, because the anime takes out most of the sex scenes for obvious reasons, because it would basically be a borderline hentai at that point. But they do get away with, like in the movie Heaven's Feel, they do actually get away with having a sex scene in it. But again, here's what I would ask. Let me ask you this, and I would encourage you to ask this Mexican guy that. If Fate Stay Night is porn, then is Game of Thrones porn? Think about that. Because if we are going to go with the idea that Fate Stay Night is porn, then if Fate Stay Night is porn, then Game of Thrones is porn. Kind of see why it's a little bit silly to say that? So yes, this guy is a fucking idiot. And if me and my boys Tim and Sam ever get a hold of him, we are going to tear him a new asshole, because he disrespects and misunderstands Fate. And Fate is one of the greatest series of our generation. It is borderline our generation's Lord of the Rings. So that guy can go fuck himself. He clearly comes off as a fucking contrarian, and he should really shut his fucking mouth. He should not consider himself a reviewer. He should consider himself a fucking fucktard. I have no respect for reviewers that misrepresent media. I hate that so much. Part of the reason why I've been making a lot of videos about Kodomo no Jiken is because I'm trying to fight against a lot of the lies and misconceptions about Kodomo no Jiken. A beautifully written coming-of-age story that is simply a romantic comedy that is constantly labeled as pedo bait, the most fucked up anime of all time, and all kinds of other shit. And people spread all kinds of lies about it. And it's infuriating. And it's lies like that, lies about Fate, lies about Kodomo no Jiken, that piss me off and make me want to make videos to prove those people wrong. So, yeah, fuck that guy. And fuck all the people that spread lies and rumors about Kodomo no Jiken that are fucking false. Actually watch the anime or read the novel of Fate Stay Night before you say stupid shit. Actually watch the anime or read the manga to Kodomo no Jiken before you say retarded, ignorant fucking shit. And that's not some basic review shit. That's some basic fan shit. That's some basic person shit. Speaking from ignorance is one of the dumbest things you can do. Because it is ignorance that leads to things like racism, sexism, stereotypes, all kinds of unpleasant things. All of that comes from a simple thing: ignorance. If you're not willing to educate yourself on something, then go fuck yourself. Simple as that. Why do you think I do not have Fate Strange Fake on this list? Why do you think I did not rank Fatal 12? I have not seen. I have not played Fatal 12. I have not read Fate Strange Fake. And I do not want to speak from ignorance, because that is what you do in those situations. That's what a normal person does. An intellectually dishonest person will speak from ignorance or even outright lie. That guy clearly told a lie just so he trashed Fate Stay Night. In the same way that people tell lies about Kodomo no Chicken, they can say it's the worst anime ever made. It's the most fucked up anime ever made. It's stupid that people will go to such lengths just to say something is bad. See, when I say Death Battle is bad, I'm not saying Death Battle is bad just to say that it's bad. I'm not reaching to find reasons to shit on Death Battle. I am genuinely trying to make intellectually honest and objective criticisms at Death Battle in the hopes that Death Battle will improve. Criticism should be useful advice that will help improve, not degrade. When your criticism is useless and used to tear down a piece of fiction and offer nothing more than just tearing it down, then your opinion is fucking useless. So, does that answer your question? And yes, I'm fully aware I have a crush. I have had many of my fans fall in love with me. That tends to happen when your goal is to turn yourself into waifu bait. I fully expected that to happen. And if I ever decide to make a OnlyFans, like I teased in a poll, I fully expect that a lot of my crushes will probably immediately jump over to OnlyFans. Rather, I will upload content like nudes or any kind of pornography. I cannot say for certain. But yeah, so if you ever come across that motherfucker, please send him to me. I will fucking destroy him. Because I actually care about criticism. I actually care about helping people improve. When I criticize people, I don't do it to tear people down. I don't do it to be a hater. I do it because I care about them and I want them to improve. Contrary to what people might think, especially the Death Battle fans, I do not hate Death Battle. I truly don't. I know I'm very harsh on them at times. And yes, some of it is played up for fun. The only time I'm being serious is when I'm talking about Rooster Teeth, because Rooster Teeth is a bunch of malicious fucktards. But with Death Battle, I genuinely care about them. I genuinely enjoy Death Battle, and I want to see Death Battle do better. Death Battle is capable of so much greatness, but it's constantly squandered. They could be so much more if only they would listen to the criticisms that come their way. If only they would not shut out their fans and laugh them off as just nothing more than a joke. They could be so much more. But only time will tell if Death Battle ever takes my criticism seriously. Because I have a hard time believing that despite my small channel, Death Battle is at least not well aware of my presence. Because while I may not be a very big YouTuber, I certainly am a presence within the Versus community. A lot of people in the Versus community know who I am. And that's how my channel got built in the first place, through reputation in the Versus community. And no matter how frustrated I get with Death Battle, Fan War, or even Animation Rewind, I will never stop making content about Death Battle or Versus content because I truly do care about it. And similar to the death game genre, I'm truly passionate about it. So again, anyone who honestly believe I go after Death Battle because I'm some kind of hater and I hate them, you're wrong. I criticize Death Battle out of love, not out of hate. I hate Rooster Teeth, but I don't hate Death Battle. And I hope that kind of clears that up. Because I truly believe that criticism is a good thing. It's a healthy thing. See, what happens when you don't take criticism? You know what happens when you don't take criticism? You end up with yandere dev. That's what you end up with. And unless you want to end up like yandere dev, it's best to, the next time you decide to call that person that gives you some well-deserved criticism a hater, maybe stop, think about their criticism, rather than just describing them as a hater and assuming they're out to get you. Yes, I absolutely do desire to go to conventions and interact with fans and all that good stuff. I want to be like Joey and James Rolfe. I want to be able to travel the world, go to different conventions, interact with fans. I very much want to do that. The thing is, right now my channel's not big enough. But if my channel ever gets big enough and I ever make enough money, or if I ever get enough invites to be guests at certain events, then absolutely. I would love to go to a convention. I would love to interact with fans. I have had many dreams about that. I've had dreams about panels, autograph signings, taking pictures with fans, just sitting down and having discussions with fans. I've had all kinds of fantasies about that kind of stuff. Believe me, it's a dream, because my dream is to be an entertainer. It's all I ever wanted since I was a little boy. It's all I ever wanted was to entertain. When you guys are entertained, I am happy. When you guys are not entertained, I am disappointed in myself. Simple as that. And I very much do want to be able to go to things like VidCon and anime conventions and all that kind of stuff. That's why I'm working so hard to build my channel and build my brand. The more support I get, the more subscribers, the more views, the more likes, the more comments I get, the more I can beat the YouTube algorithm, which is trying to choke me out because I'm a smaller channel and YouTube likes to bully small channels like me. The more I can make a name for myself. The more Patreon support I get, the more merch I sell, the more I can be able to do stuff like that. And the more support I get, it doesn't just benefit me, it benefits you guys. Every support I get, whether it's through merch store, getting subscribers, or Patreon donations, I use that to be able to make better content for you. Because that's my goal. Like I said, I'm not in this for the money. I don't give a shit about money. I have a job for that. I care about entertaining my fans. That is what matters to me. Trust me, if I was in this for the money, I wouldn't even fucking bother. I would just continue to grind out at my job and just keep making and just keep getting a higher wage, getting promotions and all that if I truly cared about money. And my goal with my YouTube channel and my brand will always be entertainment. Even when it comes to my anime I mentioned, I don't want to make an anime to be rich. I want to make an anime to be able to make a dream come to life. To be able to make an anime and entertain thousands, potentially millions of people with my imaginative storytelling. That's what I want to do. And if I ever got the opportunity to make my anime, all I would really care about is entertaining people. And even if my anime didn't make a ton of money, if a lot of people enjoyed it and were happy with it, then that would be more than enough for me to be able to die happy and to feel accomplished. Because the thing is, money is meaningless. It is just simply a measure of what one contributes to society. Money is not the key to happiness. The key to happiness is doing what makes you happy, achieving your goals and achieving your goals in life, getting things such as love, accomplishment, fulfilling the hierarchy of human needs is what makes you truly happy. Money does not make me happy. Stuff like this does make me happy. And if I ever got the opportunity to make my anime, I would be one of the happiest people on the planet, even if it was the only anime I ever got to make. But yeah, sorry if I'm getting a little bit real with you guys, but I just want to kind of give you, I just like to get real with you guys every once in a while. Sometimes I like to cut the character. Like, yeah, I know my character is over the top and kind of fun, but sometimes I like to go with you guys and show you that there is very much a human behind the character that cares a lot about you and just wants to entertain you. And before I forget, you asked another question. Let me pull that up. Yes, that list is in the works. My top 10 favorite anime is in the works. The list is finished. It's all finished. I just need to work on a script. Although I might not even need a script. I might just improv it. Since it's my top 10 favorite anime and I'm not looking at it from an objective or analytical lens, I might just do a sort of improv of that. So yes, that is very much a video still in the works. The list is completed. I just need to do my voiceover and editing. And again, it will not be the list of anime that I think is the best. That will be for much, much later. That will be for a much bigger video. Like, I'm talking like 50 or 100 subscriber special. But I will be talking about my favorite anime of all time. And again, I also want to make a list of the top 10 anime I like that everyone else seems to hate. But I can't find very many examples of anime I like that a lot of people hate. Usually it's the other way around. Usually other people like anime that I can't fucking stand. So it's a bit tricky. I've already given my thoughts on this matchup. If you want my thoughts on Winter Soldier versus Red Hood, go to Fan Wars channel, Funfish Mob, go to his community tab, and find his post about it. I give my thoughts about it there. Because he thought, Fan War thought about doing Red Hood versus Winter Soldier, and I shut that shit down. So yeah, not a really good idea, at least from my perspective. I think it's just more of the same, more trendy matchup mixed with a mirror matchup. Boring. Can we stop with Marvel versus DC? For the love of God, can we please fucking stop? You want to know what would actually be interesting? How about having comic books go up against manga? You know why? Because the manga industry is very much threatening the comic book industry in the West. Why not do that? How about doing a little bit of manga versus comic book? That could be interesting. But they probably never will, because that would require Death Battle and Fan War to think of something clever and unique. Now, wouldn't it? And we both know that being clever and unique is not their strong suit. Also, don't take this the wrong way, but should I really be surprised that a Mexican reviewer would have such shitty hot takes? And again, I don't mean that in any kind of racist way, but it seems like whenever I come across a lot of those like foreign YouTube channels, they're always either having shitty takes or they just make garbage content, such as that Pluchin Entertainment motherfucker. That guy made trash content. Why is it that it's always these foreign YouTube channels that make shitty content? Now, sure, not all of them are like that. I've come across some foreign YouTubers that make great content, such as Nana68, whatever they call himself. That's a foreign YouTuber, and he makes really, really good content. But seriously, that motherfucker sounds like a fucking douchebag that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Say what you want about my perspective and my criticisms. I at least know what I'm talking about, and I'll at least do my research. Sure, I'm not right all the time, but then again, who can be right all the time? No, the servants do not revive. What happens is, depending on the circumstances of the Grail War, what happens are certain servants can be resummoned back into a war. But here's the thing. They always die and return back to the afterlife. They temporarily return. What you need to understand is these servants, they're already dead. They're not simply brought back to life. They are temporarily summoned into a war where they inevitably return to the afterlife afterwards. So yeah, once again, that motherfucker and his fan base doesn't know what they're talking about. I have a hard time believing they've even watched Fate or even read the novel. These hot takes are just fucking embarrassing. Ralph the Movie Maker's take on Joker is better than this. I've seen fucking Last Jedi takes that are better than this. And that's saying something. Because if you've seen some of those Last Jedi takes, they are fucking god-awful. Of course they are. And I would love to rip them to shreds, don't get me wrong, but Rooster Teeth will not let me. The only way I'll be able to talk about the newer death battles from here on out is if I just talk in front of a thumbnail, or I just talk in front of pictures of the little animated stills I have with my artwork, my OC character. That's the most I'll be able to do. I won't be able to show any footage from the actual episode except for maybe screenshots. And what good is that? That's no fun for anybody. And it's frustrating because I know for a fact Rooster Teeth is targeting me specifically, because when a channel like Fan War uses their content, they have no problem with it. And I bet you I know why. It's because Fan War has a positive opinion. He promotes their content. I often discourage people watching certain Death Battle episodes as a way to teach Death Battle a lesson, because at the end of the day, if Death Battle's views don't drop with certain episodes, they're never going to learn their lesson. Because remember, their money is tied to their views. If you truly want to hurt Death Battle, watch Death Battle. If you see a shitty Death Battle episode, don't watch it. That's the best way you can hurt Death Battle. You're going to have to leave those links in the description, Lewis, or you're going to have to PM me or send them to me in my Discord, because like I said, links don't work in the chat. So you'll either have to PM them to me, leave them in the comment section, or leave them in my Discord so I can actually check them out. The links won't actually work. But I'll definitely check that guy out, and who knows, maybe I'll do an episode of Never Go Full Retard on him. But yeah, I think I've entertained you guys enough. I'm going to let you guys go. Not that I really want to go. I'd love to stick around, but here's the thing. Due to all that ranting, I kind of shot my voice. I don't know if you can tell, but my voice is a little bit shot, and it's actually a little bit difficult for me to talk. I'm actually having to force out my words. So, due to, like, as much as I know you guys love hearing me rant, they're massively entertaining, I do often shot my voice sometimes. So, yeah, I'll let you guys go. If I didn't shot my voice, I would stick around. But I'll see you guys next time. I'll try to see if I can get a video uploaded tomorrow before I get to work. But we'll see. So, thanks for enjoying the stream. And I'll see you guys around next time. And again, once again, thanks for watching. If you were entertained by this, then I am very happy.